Yo. Yo. Yo, yo, yo. How are we doing, boys? Alright, we need to move some people around to show who we still need to get. Put them towards the top. Alright, who are we missing? Gotta go through the tweet, I think. Are we missing any Team 2 players outside of the Heroes Icons? Team 2. Sam's. Okay, concept Sam's. She's 96. Sam's. Do we need to put in the lower ones? Probably not. Then we got what? Cruyff, Hazard, El Orion, Charlton, Dino. Shapeshifters icon. Cruyff. Dino. We'll put Bobby in over someone small. Oh no, we got a spot right here. Perfect. Alright, sweet. So this is where we currently sit in terms of pack pulls. VV, what's up, buddy? Lots of grinding we got to do today. Dude, you won't believe it. I got Izek and Almiron in the same pack. A 77 plus times 20. I was so pissed when I opened it. Pissed for two reasons. Of course, I get the two Newcastle players. As a Sunderland fan. Alright, can we do 900 bids still? Let's see. Well, how's everyone today? We're gonna go through new content at least. So 3+ hours, most likely 4 to 5 hours. I was gonna get a workout this morning and then stream after, but instead I'm switching it. We're doing the stream and working out and getting groceries later. You played for Willem too? Really? Dang, I didn't even know that. Alright, how many of these are we actually going to win, though? That's the real question. Dude, I can't believe we were winning these for 700 yesterday. To be fair, there's a lot of open bids right now without even a 700 bid, so... We'll experiment with different prices. Been grinding a lot. The exchanges, do I need to buy the 86 cards? I haven't had a problem. No, we're just making easy coins on these. But guys, if you missed it, we uploaded the video after we ended the stream yesterday. We recorded it, got it up on the channel last night. So if you haven't seen it yet, how to make unlimited squad shifter packs. If you guys need help with your menu grind, that video will be an excellent guide for you to use. We start you off with the basics for the first like 5 minutes or so. And then the rest of the video is kind of how you can develop past the basics once you're unlimited. What are some options you can go into? If you want to spam player picks, the best way to spam player picks. If you want additional Team of the Week packs in there. If you want all crafting upgrades, if you want to make liquid coins into them. Dude, we won half the 700 ones. Jeez. What do you sell them for? Right now, most of them are going for 1,400 plus. Yep, literally. And if you guys want to just chuck some in your club too, and use some as a way to make some packs as well, that's a good way to go about it too. Literally, with the amount of profit we've made, I could probably make 500 plus of these packs from the coins we made in the last 3 days. Alright, we need to finish up the daily golds in some grind packs. We don't need them. We're kind of past this step in terms of needing to rely on these for a daily grind, but as a way of just getting additional packs, might as well finish it out, right? Can't hurt. Yeah, look at my dupe storage starting to fill up. We're gonna have a crap ton of exchange packs today. Also, too, I'm in the habit of making... those of you who are asking me, did I give up on crafting upgrades? Why am I not doing player picks? Why are you doing player picks and crafting upgrades? Why aren't you doing both right now? Why are you just doing exchange packs? We're just kind of hopping from thing to thing. Right now, the way I'm kind of doing my player picks, after I do a round of either spamming my crafting upgrades, or I do a round of spamming all kind of my exchange packs, what I've been doing is I'll use crafting upgrades all the way up to like maybe 80, 81 rated. And then I've been taking my 82 to 84 rateds and making like 30 to 50 player picks. And then the next time through, I go back to using Team of the Weeks instead of player picks for the 82 to 84s. So we kind of go back and forth with it. Sell 200 of them, it's 100k. Yeah, it's literally printing coins. Very easy coins there. What's up, FIFA nerd? How you doing, buddy? Early stream, love it. Suits UK very much. Yep, I try as best as I can on the weekends to go live before new content. Mostly on Saturdays. Sundays, it's kind of hit or miss, depending on if I'm volunteering at my church that afternoon or not. But yeah, I will try as best as I can, especially this weekend, to get the early streams in. I wish, and I kind of think EA will get to this point eventually. I think EA is going to copy Pale Tools, and I would hope they come up with templates over time where you can save like certain variations of an SBC. They're already making progress with like certain ratings, things you can save that way. But if they can make this easier with just chucking in like half bronzes, half silver, that'd be a lifesaver. Alright, 5. What's the best thing you guys have packed so far? Whether it's in an exchange pack, a player pick, whatever. What's the best pull for Team 2 so far? Why is my mom posting Snapchat stories? What are we doing? That is a children's game, Mom. Alright, we'll keep an eye on if the 86s are selling. Even if they're not selling at that price, I should probably get in the habit of trying to get as close as I can to a full transfer list anytime we're spamming packs. Just because it's a way we can make additional coins in the background. And honestly, too, something we could experiment with as well. If they aren't selling and we just want a lazy list at a higher price, we literally can just pull some off our transfer list after the hour's over and chuck them in our club and make an upgrade pack. What do you do to grind in the... What do you do to grind in the month of FIFA? What do you mean? In the month of FIFA? What's the month of FIFA? Well, I was bidding 86s, I saw 88s and 87s and actually got some. I was low-key tempted to try that. So, how many do you think you bid on when you were doing that, and how many do you think you won? I might start throwing out some bids when I see them, too. Because the market's dead for bidding. You bid on 4, you got all? How much do they go for? 87s and 88s right now? That's wild. But low-key, that's kind of true. It's like the ones that already have like an 800, 850 bid for the 86s at least, those are the ones where you know people are actively on them trying to win them. The ones where there's either 700 or no bid, it's like people don't even see them. Like look at, already went for 1500. Picked one up for what, 700 and one for 900? Wait a second. You could theoretically do the same thing with, wait. If we did that with 88s. Well, I want to try something. I got an idea. So, new strat. When you bid on the 86s, you're mainly doing this in bulk. Whenever you see the 87s and 88s, if you can win it for that 700 or whatever price, just chuck it in your club because it's already paid for by the 86s. Just make the other SBCs too. Now, am I actually going to win these? Probably not. I'd probably have to do it off a stream or do it when there's a lot of stuff on the market. Don't leak my method? Hey, I am, we're not leaking anything right now. We're just bidding. Alright, I should be nice, though. If I see a bid on one already, I shouldn't do it. Maybe. What are the odds? What are the odds we get? In 89. Start getting some Herburgers. I mean, if I get 88s for 700, that's 2,800 coins for an 8320. Yeah, that's wild. Wait a second. How much are 89s? Alright, I think I made up my mind with what I'm going to do. We're going to start the grind today by just mass bidding for a few more minutes. Whatever I don't have in my club, I'm just going to chuck in as additional stuff. And the rest we're going to flip for profit. She's like 3K. She's like way cheaper than the other ones, right? The only time I'm doing crafting upgrades now is when I have done the daily golds and some grinding upgrades. Nice. How's that working for you? Just a heads up too. I have a family golf outing this next weekend, but we leave Thursday, so I will not be streaming Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But I should be back Sunday. So just a heads up when these exchanges go away and we get probably the same thing back, if not maybe even more. I will not be here at the start of it. So off a stream I will be doing spam. How do I do a 10K and empty club? Patrick, I'm glad you asked that, buddy, because that exact same situation is what we talked about in the pin video that we uploaded last night. If you need help to start the grind, we go step by step, the initial things to do. So if you want to go watch the start of that video, let me know if you have any questions. All right, we'll do one more round, and then we'll get started on the pack opening, boys. Just getting situated for the day. That's crazy, man. Never win bids on players. I don't know how to do it. When you don't win bids on players, how many bids are you placing? Jorginho still haunts Chelsea. Comne Bowl represented, baby. The Libertadores and Sudamericana teams are going to town this tournament. UEFA is scared, man. On what should I bid or do with my 10K? Patrick, the pin video from yesterday, buddy, goes over that exact situation in detail. If you want to watch that. But we can finally exchange 89 or higher? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bid on 2087s for 700. I'm going to see how much I get. Wait a second. If you wanted, you could probably... I'm experimenting with different filters right now. So, my question is, with you guys making all these coins, are you putting the coins just back into more exchanges? Or are you buying like promo packs? Are you just stacking coins? What's your guys' game plan? Because this is wild. Should I put 4 shapeshifters in a 50-player pack to start the grind? Patrick, you can keep asking a million questions, buddy. Every single one of those is answered in the video from yesterday. So I highly recommend you start watching the start of that. If you have any questions, let me know after. Because you're asking everything that's answered in vivid detail. Sound good? You found the method? Alright, I'll let you guys do it. Got an 89? Dude, wait till squad battle rewards tomorrow. How wild that's going to be. I love how we're treating 86 to 88s like they're silver libs, where we're just stored in the club and flipping duplicates. It's like, if you could have asked me what my dream was a few years ago. It's like, oh, doing this with higher end cards. From 6 player picks, you got 4 walkouts. Dude, I've been averaging around, I would say, almost half of my player picks being exchange cards, so 85 plus. It's crazy, man. You know what's even crazier, though? An 81 times 20 is the same price as a grind upgrade pack. Is that wild? Alright, you guys ready for some player picks? Y'all ready to see my peepees? From 6 player picks, you got 4 walkouts, 3 were 86s, and 1 was an 88. Dang. Cold. Alright, once we have just enough silvers for tomorrow's, we'll stop. So we're not doing all the grind packs anymore. Looks like we got another full squad there. Nor do you even really need to do these once you're unlimited, but packs your packs, man, right? There we go. Bro, I want that Ronaldinho so bad. I'll grind so much. I'm doing hundreds of player picks a day trying to get them. We're still doing crap ton of grinds as well. Or craftings as well. Dude, we're about to hit 2,000 craftings completed since Friday. Is that wild? So with all this stuff I bid on, send them into exchange. Dupes I sell for profit and repeat. You could. Yeah, that's honestly, if you guys are either low on packs or you just kind of want to turn your brain off for the day and you have a bit of time and you want to bid, make some coins, and stack some packs, you could do that. What I've debated doing, and I still kind of want to do it off stream potentially, is since bidding's so good right now and the price could continue to go up, if you want to consistently win them and not even sell any, just make like 50 to 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 of these, like an insane number, and then just flip the rest after, or just make your coins back throughout the week. You could then just sit there in the background, have these things selling, making you coins, and you're going for Dino or whoever you're going for. And my thing is, even though the crafting upgrades are good, in my opinion, I really want to open as many exchange packs as possible. Because even the worst one, the quote-unquote worst one, the 85 plus times 20, we got a double shapeshifter in there of Isaac and El Miron. If we could spam hundreds upon hundreds of those, and then 500 plus of the 81 doubles, or 81 20s, and then just organically craft all the bigger ones, that's going to get crazy. Doing mixed leagues ain't a bad idea at the moment. Shadows Anchor. You mean the premium mixed league? Surely not the mixed where it's like all bronze rated teams, right? Yeah, if you wanted to do a few League SBC runs a day with all the golds you have, that wouldn't be the worst idea, especially if you have 3 of the Libin Suds. Toes, what's up, buddy? Great vid yesterday. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions from the video yesterday? I posted a comment in the description, or I posted a comment in the that I pinned in the chat from that video to kind of give just the words rather than just the video itself where you hear me talking. I typed out like the beginning steps, where you can go from there, different things people might want to try. Yesterday I did BPM and bronze rares were 1K. With the profit from that, I just bought 86s and spammed as many exchanges as possible. Legit infinite packs. You want to know it's even more infinite than that, buddy? If you look at the first like 5 minutes of the stream today, we were... I'm not going to say exactly what we were mass betting on because I don't want to put too many people on right now. You can get even more 86s, 87s, and 88s a lot faster and make even more coins without BPM. It's wild out here, man. Bro, listening to your SBC tips has helped me so much to grind for so long. Dude, literally time is the... Time and soft bands are the only factor that will stop me from making packs now on. It's a beautiful thing. Alright, we're going to make player picks now. I don't know. Do we have a lot of commons we just put in the club. We might have to do most recent. Yeah, let's do most recent. We're going to go back to the Team of the Week packs and all that other stuff too. Let's make some player picks quick. Is there not really... You got to mix around the filters. I found that if you stay on the same one, it can either kind of dry up or you have to keep refreshing it for them to pop up. But if you keep moving start prices, min prices, minimum buy nows, you'll have things that randomly pull up that should have been there before. Wait, let me make some crafting upgrades first. Get rid of these commons. Got an 89 and a 90 and a shapeshifter from an 8120. Sadly, shapeshifter is check. Best pull in shapeshifters. I can show you my team that we have so far this promo. This is all since yesterday. Just hit 900 picks? Dang. W. Back tail? That's a W. Doing the big rated SBCs with 2 promo cards was a great tip. Yeah, it's like I was saying in the stream and in the video, a lot of people will not want to fully send all their special cards. Even I'm like in the card collecting of having one of each. And then my dupe storage I use is either make another exchange pack or make a big player SBC, like get one of the big teams out. And it just clears so many 84s as well, which I know a lot of people hold on to and want a place to put them. So, ends up working out well. He's class. He got me 9 wins in Foot Champs. W. I couldn't imagine playing Foot Champs. Foot Champs is boring? Nah, I feel like Foot Champs would be sweaty, bro. I feel like I'd be struggling to survive. Alright, a few more crafting upgrades and we should be lower on commons to go to the player picks. Alright, perfect. Alright, time for 25 to 50 player picks. Y'all ready? What do you think my best pull is going to be? The real ones are still doing the exchange grind instead of champs. Just in my head, the exchange, like the time put into champs, I feel like you're going to get more coins, more packs, and more pulls from the menus. And then you filter in skill level of people and the time commitment too. Come back and actually play the game for the first time in 5 months. First 3 games. In Rivals, you scored 22. Because what division were you? Like Division 10? You're playing against the people who've never played before, probably. W, though, either way. Also, too, insane pro tip. If you guys want to maximize your daily 86s, and you have already probably like 500k, million plus, or millions and millions of coins, remember one of the benefits of a player pick. What does a player pick do that a pulled kit, pulled badge from a season pass, a SBC kit that you leave on your unassigned area? What do all those things allow you guys to do when it comes to bidding? Does anyone remember? Is bidding on 85s for 700 even worth it? I would ask the question, what's the point of you doing that on 85s when you can do the same price on 86s for an 81 times 20 instead of a 75 times 20? Depending on the price of the 85s, if they go for a decent amount and you want to flip them for coins, pick them up and flip them, but I wouldn't put them into the SBC tradable. I would sell those for profit if they're going for decent. What are they even going for? Well, let me look it up. They're 900 coins-ish. Bidding filters? Patrick, I don't say this often, brother, and I don't mean any disrespect. You are starting to piss me off, man. Every single time you're asking for help, I'm giving you the solution to help, and every single time you don't reply to it, you either ignore it, and then you ask another question that is specifically either answered in the videos, or we're literally doing live on stream. Look back at every single one of your comments, Patrick. What have I said to every single one? If you would have watched the first 5 to 10 minutes of the video I told you to watch, you'd already have 50K. Literally right now, you'd already have 50K. Pure profit. But for some reason, you're just chilling around asking the same questions that we're either doing live, you're watching us do it live. Like we literally just did 20 minutes of bidding and flipping. And all that's in the video, brother. That's why we made it. For people like you to go watch and not have any questions. Because it's all answered. Like I said, if you have any questions after you watch the first like 5 to 10 minutes of the video, if you're confused on any of those additional starter steps, it's already laid out too in writing in the comments in the description of that video. If you still have questions, you can come back and say, I'm confused about this part. I'm willing to answer that. But I can't answer something that's already been answered where you need the visual for it. All right, how many player picks do we have? We are at 14. Big up, I read next EAFC25 is on PS4. Wait, I just realized something. We're going to reach the point where FC games are no longer on PS4. And we're going to lose our ability to bid and craft packs on the PS4 version. Thank goodness PS4 version's included in 26. And hopefully the Ultimate gives you the bundle of both still. We get at least one more year. We're going to have to buy like the PS10 pretty soon to have access to everything. Wait a second. What if the next PlayStation gives you access to all 3 versions of the game? So you can go from PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5 to PlayStation 5.5, to PlayStation 5.75, and PlayStation 6. That'd be sick. I packed Jared twice so far. Yeah, Jared's the only one popping up. Mumbo sets him up for a tap in from a yard out, and Patrick still misses. I mean, I understand. I don't mean any disrespect with this. Like I said, I'm the same way. A lot of people are lazy. A lot of people want to get spoon-fed information instead of watching the initial 2 minutes of a video to get the same information where it's laid out with all the filters, all the steps. I get it. But for your own good, me just saying a number is going to mean nothing without the explanation. And I can't 50 million times a stream give the same explanation over and over and over in vivid detail. I can give a quick thing. Like, he wants bidding filters. I can give him bidding filters, but he didn't specify. What does he want a bidding filter for? 85s, 86s, 87s, 88s, special cards, silvers, libs, suds. Zero context, zero explanation. And when he asks those, he wants us to give him vivid details on it. But then he doesn't do me the service of additionally responding to what I say to him. I'll say, what do you mean by this? Aired. Just aired. Do you mean this? Aired. Well, let me know if you're struggling, bud. Now tell me this. Okay. Softband again? Yeah, we got to be careful with softbands today because I'm already softbanned on Pale Tools and my companion app this morning. Can you explain in full detail how I do it? Should I do, I should do a stream where I do nothing but say the same, like, sentence the whole stream. Have softbands gotten worse? No, softbands haven't gotten worse. Everyone is making infinitely more packs than they were last week. And that's the problem people are running into now. In the video towards the end, I said that. I'm like, and the biggest problem you'll run into is not the fact that you'll run out of packs for most people. It's the fact that by The time you finally build up unlimited packs and you're ready to start grinding everything even more crazier, you will have like these daily limits put on you. Splunky! What am I watching here? You're watching a American try to interact with a international audience who wants to learn how to become a degenerate on the menu, Splunky. Guys, if you like Minecraft, drop a sub to my brother Splunky. I'm sorry, bro. I can't with the name. I can't. I love the name. But I just have the mind of a child. Is the 90-hour per thing confirmed? You were watching a master at work. Facts. I don't know what the limit is. My way of either avoiding soft bans, or attempting to not get them whatsoever, is literally just hopping around from thing to thing. So I'll go from PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5. I'll go to the web app. I'll go to the companion app. Also, too, I'll mix in like bids. So once we make a set of packs, I'll go bid for a few minutes. That way it gives us more time. I'm the Moroccan dude. What's up, buddy? I love how I'm so used to you being the Moroccan dude that you probably never have to say it again. If you just came in here and said hi, I'd be like, wait. Why didn't he say he's the Moroccan dude? Are you okay, dude? I'm glad it makes you giggle. I guess I should take notes from him then. You streaming today, Splunky? From Kurdistan? Nice. Boys, T-minus 7 hours until Thiago Silva's masterclass performance in the Club World Cup. I'm about to go hoop. Do me a favor, brother. Dunk on him. Show him who's boss. It's 90 to 80, 180, I think. Probably something like that. But even like things like this don't seem like that big of a deal, but really make the difference too. I could skip every single one of these pack animations for the player pick, but one, it slows it down enough where it's like people still get the enjoyment factor of seeing the player pick be opened, but it also helps us make them just slightly less speedy and hopefully get a soft ban less often. Because remember, we have to make it through probably another 4 hours of streaming today, if we're lucky. But I will 100% spam these on Pale Tools or my phone if I have to. Roger that. I packed Griezmann yesterday before Team 2. Nice. Ooh, Moppy. There we go. If I get 88s on bid, should I sell for 6K to make 5K or use it in exchanges? It's up to you. If you need the coins, I would just sell it and take the easy coins. If you don't need the coins and you want to just build up more packs, feel free to do that too. One thing that I'm going to start running into, and it's something that I want to kind of, I guess, ask you guys the questions. If we get exchanges back next week as well, in the future weeks, and they stay the same in terms of like the 85s give you the 75 times 20 versus the other ones that are a little higher. What I've noticed is I like the 85 or 75 plus times 20s because I get way less dupes because there's so many more cards you can get. So for me, as I'm like going from exchange to exchange, I'll kind of save up like 20 to 30, sometimes 40 of those, and just spam those as a way to make a bunch of player picks in a row, make a bunch of crafting upgrades in a row, and kind of just get rid of a lot of my club that way. Mumbo, do you stream daily? Because I find your streams very chill. Appreciate it, buddy. I would say most days we stream. Since I live in the United States, Monday through Friday on a normal work week, I'm usually live 4 hours after new content because that's the earliest I can go live. Weekends, usually Saturdays, we're live before new content if I'm around that weekend. And then Sundays, after I'm done with church. Depending if I have volunteering and stuff going on at my church, I'm usually also live around new content. So weekends, we try to be live Saturday and Sunday. Like I said, only if I'm around, though. If I'm gone for the weekend, like next weekend, I'll be gone, so I won't be here. And then the following weekend, I have a camping trip as well, so I won't be here that weekend. But most days during the week, we're live. Especially when there's something in the grind, most definitely. Or if I have a haircut or something. Have fun camping, G. Dude, I'm so excited. We're going fishing. We're camping. Swimming. Gonna be a fun time. All right, let's make some exchanges, boys. You ready? Are you ready, kids? Imagine they just remove them. We no longer have access to them. All right, so this is what my club's looking like right now for golds. Pretty heavy. And all the lower end stuff too, we got to clear. But then look at all these dupe storages. I love it. Love it. As the kids say, we are cooking. Dude, I keep making that mistake of going through the upgrades, doing an upgrade, when I know I have to do it through the favorites for it to not tweak out like that. And remove it and put it right towards the front. Alright, that should be good. Do we have... KDB. We have 4 there. So we're going to be 1 short. So we have to reach and get 1 special from my club. Alright, what do we want to submit? I guess we can start sending these. Honestly, you know what? I was going to say, do we submit all these right now? That way, when we get like a re-release in a few weeks of other promos, we can card collect once again and kind of start from scratch outside the Sunderland players for a lot of them. I think what I'm going to do is, instead of doing that, if we're short like 1 or 2 golds, I think that's when I'm going to go in and put some of these guys in. So if I have like 389s, we'll go ahead and do that. Awesome. Sweet. All right, now we can do 88s. Alright, I gotta text a female back in a minute. Remind me. Remind me in 2 minutes that I have a female to text. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget. Gotta get through these exchanges. Alright, we're 188 short. Hey, yo. You have an elderly man to text. No, dude, I have an elderly man to call. His name's Jeff. Dude is a living legend. He got me a charcuterie board because I bought him a new power saw, or power sander, I should say. Double shapeshifter walkout from the 82 times 20. Sweet. I swear, if I get SBC banned by making exchanges, that's going to be the thing that pisses me off the most. I wish they had like a... I've said this throughout the year and previous years too, but I wish they had an option where it's like I could squad builder and like not only put in what's in the team, but if it notices I have like 12 87s, it could be like, would you like to make 3 of this SBC? Confirm that you'd lose all these players. Say yes. Yes. And then it takes a second to load and it does all 3 for you. Bro, Team 2 is so much better than Team 1. Imagine how good Shapeshifters Team 3 is going to be. I can't even imagine. It's probably going to be a ton of fun. Then we have, what, right after Team 3, we go straight into, is it Footies? Because what's the countdown timer on the Footies card for, on the companion app if you wanted to make your player 98? Dude, that's getting me so excited. That's exactly what FC Enhancer does. Oh, does it actually? You know what? All the people telling me, Mumbo, I know you like Pale Tools, try out Foot Enhancer, or FC Enhancer. All the things I'm like, hey, it'd be cool if EA or this did this. Sounds like FC Enhancer solves all my problems. Made a new account last night after being soft banned in both of my accounts. I got 97 Martinez and 95 Gerard. Interested. It tells you the players and completes multiple times. You said, how much does it cost? Footnext, the odds of getting a shapeshifter icon is a 0.07%. I'm close to 1,000. So I should be in touching distance of it. If only odds worked that way. If only odds when you don't hit, they increased. That's like people with a gambling addiction. It's like, no. I've spent $1,000. It's about to hit. Trust me. No. 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 Please tell me it was like a loading error or something. Like it used to be EA. Like you just randomly kick us while we're completing a league SBC. Please tell me that's. Oh, we have 2 hours until new content, boys. This morning I was soft banned on my companion app and Pale Tools, so we have the PS4 version. Jamie, how's it going? I heard there's going to be Greats of the Game promo again. I don't know if that's true. Alright, let me send a text real quick. Alright, what do you guys think we're going to get in our 350 player packs? All right. We back. I've run 170 team of the week in the club at the moment. Nice. Is that Pahor? You know what, EA? I think I know what you need to do next year. People complain about the ratings of the woman cards. And they say they should reflect, like, compared to the men. Like, they should all be relatively lower compared to the men. I disagree. EA. I think you should make every woman card in the game 85 to 89 rated. I'm not going to explain the reason why, but I think you should make every woman card 85 to 89 rated. Oh, double walkout. Double 89 exchange, boys. Who's behind KDB? Excuse me. Ooh, cheeky. Let's go. We'll take it. W. You have 210? I had 180, I think, at my peak saved up of Team of the Week packs. Ooh! Another one. Who's this? Alright, we need new ones, boys. Sure, we get 89 exchange with the dupes. Ooh, look at those 86s. I need that Cruyff. I need it. Give it to me. Inject it into my veins. T-minus 1 hour until Joe Bellingham walks over. MumboElite Sundowns FC. MumboElite is just a world-class team. If Job has a world-class performance against them, that's essentially equivalent to winning the Champions League, right? Is he in the starting lineup, though? He is in the starting lineup! Let's go! Dude, today is going to be such a good day. I get to watch Job play. I get to watch Thiago Silva play. We just got another 89. US plays tomorrow. Sunderland's about to sign the most lethal thing to come out of Ukraine in existence. The Vanat. Chelsea are still shy? Dude, did you see the Flamengo admin? Oh, that was great. We lost. Did you see the Young Kippa video? We've spent $1 billion and we've still lost to a freaking bird. We're a banter club. Oh. It would have been even better if he did his old way of doing it, where he made a video before the game. Why are people saying we're going to lose to Flamengo? Do you think we're really afraid of a bird? When we got the strike force of Nicholas Jackson. I've seen enough. Bleach my eyes. Quick sell the whole squad. Nah, this Prem season's genuinely going to be an insane one. I'm so excited. Both Spurs and United will be more competitive. Both City and Liverpool got stronger in ways. I would say Liverpool more so. City will be an interesting one, losing KDB. Why are people saying we're going to lose to Dortmund? I've seen enough. Wait, no! I just realized something. There's a negative of Sunderland being in the Premier League. I just realized, thinking about Young Kippa. You know how Young Kippa did the not promotion videos, but he did collabs with the OnlyFans people that support clubs, but they're really just trying to take advantage of their young audiences and get people to subscribe to their OnlyFans. What's Astrid is the Chelsea one, right? He made a video with like an Arsenal girl too. Dude, is Sunderland gonna have an OnlyFans person trying to like make money off the name of Sunderland? No, we're the Black Cats. No, no. I already see the script. Relegate us already. Don't even start the season. Please don't. Ban every Twitter account. It can't happen. Alright, so we're going to have to go to probably PS4 now. Should I try Pale Tools real quick to see if we're unbanned? Flamengo's whole club costs just as much as Caicedo and Enzo. I mean, to be fair, though, Brazil and just Copa in general is to Europe an academy, right? Instead of just always having elite academies for like a club itself in Europe, they'll scout and have networks in Brazil specifically to look for players who are up and coming. But that's not even the craziest thing. The craziest one is when like the old washed up players go to Brazil and they start going off and going crazy. That's when it really gets interesting. It's like, oh, this person is actually a professional footballer. They're quite good. We might be cooked, boys. We might actually be cooked. Only the PS4 version can save us now. All right, we got to try again. Brother, what was that? This is wild, man. Finally, people some bidding some normal prices. I wonder if we could come up with a filter that would specifically target them. Because, like, with 86s, we're essentially doubling our coins. When Chelsea lose, Young Kippa never fails to make us laugh. What was... Wait, hold on. Time out. When Chelsea had their banter season the other year, what was the worst finish they had in terms of league placement? Weren't they, like, mid-table? Maybe a little lower than that? Or is my memory mistaking me? Reason I ask is because both Tottenham and United finished right above relegation. And in my head, thinking back, the way people talked about Chelsea's season was like it was worse than those two seasons. Or those two teams this season. Even though it probably wasn't that horrific. The scary thing is, though, if you look at the amount of points United and Spurs both had, it's crazy how close they were to the relegation spots, but how many points more they had than the relegation teams. That's the thing as a Sunderland fan that scares me. Caption on Kippa's TikTok says £1 billion Chelsea loss to a team that played in the favelas with no shoes. Yeah, I remember that. He said they have no money in the favelas. They probably don't even wear shoes. Still better than Chelsea, man. Sorry, dude. I will say, though, I don't think Club World Cup... I don't know how to word this. Club World Cup, as a tournament, the idea of it's nice because you get to see matchups outside of just, like, friendlies or preseason, where you'll have, like, Brazilian teams never get to play European teams, and this is the one time they get to showcase. And I wish there was, like, more tournaments like that, or more opportunities for that kind of matchup. But the issue is, with already how long the season is, that's the frustrating part, is, like, you can't really fit in a lot of these games without it being overkill. One thing to realize, though, is the seasons for some of these teams, like the Brazilian leagues, when they end, when they start versus like when the European leagues begin and start, or begin and end. Because isn't Brazil still peak season? Or am I tripping? Some of the games are being postponed. Yeah, Copa's still going on too. Copa picks back up in August. So you have all the Copa teams still playing August 12th to 14th for their knockout rounds. So you got Peñarol versus Racing. You got Uni in there versus Palermas. Flamengo plays Internacional. So they got both legs of that. So both legs take them dang near the end of August. Jeez. Oh my goodness. It's insane. Whoever wins the Club World Cup gets 10 mil. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Lots of money. Wait, so I'm now thinking from another perspective. Do I, instead of not selling the 87s and using them, why don't I sell the 87s and 88s to pay for more 86s and just make infinitely more 86s to then, with untradables, craft the 87s and 88s? Would that be the smarter move? Because the 87s and 88s, if we're winning them on bid, they go for so much more? Because, like, realistically, 88s, I understand 8320 is a great pack. Maybe save those. But the 87s specifically, the weight difference between an 82 to 20 versus an 81 20, I don't think is going to be that great for, like, a Dino. But if selling the 87s, each one we sell can make us essentially 1.5 of the 86s, might be worth it. We play Sunderland in November. Good luck, Mumbo. You're going to need it. Brother, did you see Sunderland's schedule in December? If Sunderland is not in a position the first 2 months of the season where they're off the bottom three, coming up into December might be a bloodbath. On top of that, it's right before the transfer window, though. So it's one of those things where it's like, all right, realistic. If we're dead last with an insanely horrific goal differential, you kind of know what to do at that point. It's like, all right, season's kind of over. Let's reinvest accordingly, be smart. But if there's a chance, you could be like, hey, let's push for it. Let's go. All right, we're going to do one more round of bidding, and then we'll start making some... we'll start opening some more packs and making some picks and crafting upgrades. All that fun stuff. How'd you become a Sunderland fan? In the United States, I didn't really watch club football when I was, like, really, really young. I got introduced to club football when I was end of elementary school, early middle school for me. And that was through the form of watching Italy, and more specifically AC Milan. So that's why I grew up being a Thiago Silva fan, and that's why I love Thiago Silva so much. But as I got older, got more into football, loved watching it. Obviously, you start watching the Premier League, and I didn't have any team that I supported. My buddy was a huge Manchester United fan. He wanted me to have a team to support, so I would play against him in FIFA, doing randomized teams. One day I landed on Sunderland. Started playing with them on FIFA. Started watching them in real life. Fell in love with them, even though they were horrific. And ever since I made the decision of, hey, I want to support Sunderland, I kid you not, it was like the day I made that decision was the day they were like, all right, bet. We are going to get you depressed and play horrific football for the next 10 years of your life. And so that's what it's been. It's been constantly fighting relegation every single year, since I started supporting them, to then the second I graduated high school was their double relegation. So my first year of college was when the season they got relegated from the Prem, and then went right back down to League One, and then I struggle watched them for the period of 4+ years in League One, and that was horrific. But I will say, if there is ever a question of whether or not you love something, it is truly in those low moments, because I feel like you can tell a lot of fake fans who only come around when a team's doing really well, or a team's automatically in Champions League so they have so many more supporters, or they won a league so automatically they have people coming out of the woodwork saying, oh yeah, that's my team. Dude, I was repping Ross Stewart League One away matches, going crazy when we'd score a tap-in against a mid-table League One team to barely secure playoffs. That was like the Champions League to me. It was like Sheffield Wednesday, second leg, Patrick Roberts, Jack Clark cutting in, sliding it to Patrick Roberts to put us to Wembley, injected in my veins. I'd take that over a Champions League goal any day. Thank you for the sub, buddy. I have not been in Sunderland to watch a game. I might be able to go this year. One of my buddies likes to travel a lot, and he wants me to go to a game with them. So we're trying to schedule when that would be, but I don't have a passport. I've never left the United States, so I'd have to figure all that stuff out. So realistically, if I did go to a Sunderland match at the Stadium of Light, it wouldn't be until probably later in the season. I'm a Real Madrid fan. I fell in love with them in 2013. Nice. My buddy's a Real Madrid fan, and he also supports Arsenal. Bro, fell in love with Adam Johnson. Nah, bro. Let's not. Genuine question. If someone's just chilling in your SBC band and you're just flipping golds, how many coins do you guys think you could make in a day? Alright, what are even the prices of 87s? 85s, 86s. 2.7k for most of them. Alright, so we're doing... I'm switching my plan. I am selling every 87 we get. I'm keeping the 88s and 89s that we get for cheap. But these are going to pay for my 86s. I think that's the move. What made you fall in love with Real Madrid, buddy? Besides the obvious things, of course. Dude, what do I do when I get completely banned? Maybe... Oh, you know what? I'm going to try this out. We're going to do player picks one by one. Instead of doing groups of like 25 to 50. Let's see how this goes for... Or maybe do groups of 5. But doing like a player pick or two to clear some SBC storage places, then opening these, I feel like could slow it down enough. Double 89 plus. And an 88, 86s, 85s. Cold. Didn't proper start watching football for a while, to be honest. After Euro 2020, I started watching way more football, then fell in love with Arsenal. Love Ronaldo. Most of my friends are Barcelona fans. I'm the only guy of my friends living in Real Madrid, and just everything about the club, the stadium, Santiago Bernabeu. It started with Ronaldo. Nice. Whoa, 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 whoa. Careful. Don't want to send my whole team in. Thank you. No balls, submit. You're right, I have no balls. If that's the definition of no balls. Alright, so we're going to experiment with this as a way of making packs today. We're going to make player picks until we have space for another pack. And then we're going to open another pack. Player picks until we have places for another pack. And do this over and over. You should accidentally do it for content. Yeah, I'll make it a YouTube short. The YouTube short gets like 500 views. I make 2 pennies off of submitting all my team of the years. What a fantastic idea, buddy. That'd be great content. Oh my goodness. I don't know why I haven't thought of that myself. The answer is in front of me all along. Five views on TikTok. $2P is more than the currently worth. Alright, if you guys are enjoying the stream, do me a favor, smack that like button. Subscribe if you're new. We're going to be grinding for a while still, or at least until we're SBC banned on everything. Then we'll do some bidding. How have the picks been? They've been good. I've been incorporating them when we're a little later in the grind. So once I'm done recycling like my crafting, like off a stream, I've been opening like 500 plus crafting upgrades, making team of the weeks, making more exchanges, making more crafting upgrades. And then once I kind of have an access of packs, access of golds in my club, using player picks to clean up is really nice. My best pull out of these so far was earlier today off a stream we got Erps, the goalie who's a cam. But my best shapeshifter pull for Team 2 is Ezek, the best one, 97 rated. I got Jared twice, the icon. I had a mini freak out because it happened off stream on console. And I thought I got a huge pull. Let's go. W. Yeah, the picks have been pretty good. They're, my best one, we did, I think it was 50, and we got 25 exchanges in the 50. So we were at hovering around 50% for that one. I'd say our lowest one has been like 25 to 30% exchanges. So in terms of like the golds that you put in versus what you get back, it's not a bad return on investment. But I like doing that on the back half of the grind rather than the front half. Yeah, we're still doing 300 plus Team of the Week packs a day. Hundreds of crafting upgrades a day. Hundreds of player picks a day. Doing everything, baby. Dino's going to randomly show up in these, and I'm going to scream. Your Terraria objective just glitched. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, another round of bidding. Boom, 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 boom. So I wonder what they're gonna do next week when exchanges expire. I'm assuming they're gonna come back exactly the same. Do you think they'd ever add more in the coming weeks? Like a 90 plus? Or make it like one less player maybe? Might be too soon for stuff like that. I'm gonna try something with 85s. I'm curious. I'm gonna run an experiment on these two. Because 85s might be one of those hidden in plain sight things. Difference between Div 10 and Div 9 on PC is crazy. Really? Div 10's full of hackers. Alright, we're not going to touch those for now. Let's do... Crazy, bruh. Crazy. Alright, my experiment I want to try on these. $1.1. We'll do 1K. So I want to see if we can consistently pick up 85s for 700 and flip them for 1K. I mean, we could probably get more too, but like as just a quick sale to make some coins as well. Gives us another thing to bid on in there too. That'd be sick. Alright, those are done. Let's make more 86s. Fodder's so cheap, I love it. Dude, it's so nice. Both the, like, if you want to make excess packs, you can. But also just making coins has never been easier. And you can make coins and packs at the same time. And, too, like I said, it's the perfect alternative. If you guys get SBC banned on everything, and you're debating on whether calling it quits for the day and coming back the next day, just bid in the meantime. I mean, you should be bidding in between doing stuff anyways, but, like, just come back the next day with hundreds of thousands more coins or hundreds of thousands worth of fodder. Like, the best thing is, and what I will try to do off stream as much as I can, is have as close to a full transfer list always going as possible. Lazy listing like crazy. That way, if I can get the sale and we essentially double our coins on it, sweet. But if we don't double our coins on it, it doesn't sell, we can just make a few packs with this stuff to clear it quickly as well. Just realized one premium league upgrade you quick sell can get you 285 exchanges. Wait, you're not suggesting. Well, I think you're suggesting, are you? Wait. Oh my gosh, you just opened up a Pandora's box. Could you imagine? Hear me out. Mass bidding gold rares, 85s to 88s with the filter we're using, 89s as well if you can win them. Using the 86s for the SBC, selling 87s, keeping 88s, 89s, selling 85s. With the packs you make more exchanges. You build up the 85 exchanges, the 75 plus times 20. You do that. And once you get a 89 exchange, or a few of them, you open those up too to get some commons. You do a few League SBC runs, because at that point, you probably got a Kuna, Ledesma, and Cotes, and a bunch of golds from League SBCs. You take the liquid coins and the Jumbo Gold Pack and the other one, and then you go back to the grind. But, all that being said, that sounds great and all. But, you know what doesn't sound great? Taking up 4 SBC uses, potentially 8 if you're doing 2 runs, for packs in there, even with its liquid coins, you could probably make more liquid coins in less time just flipping the 86s and 87s and stuff like that. And then you get the better pack at the end with the 81 times 20. So it's like, even though we have times where they sold quick. We gotta try 1.1. Hold on, hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone. Did you craft 80? We've crafted some 86 exchanges. Majority of the ones we do are untradables. Boys, this might even be more of a cheat code, because if no one's bidding on them... Gonna invest my money into Pokemon? Well, it's time for exchanges, boys. Why not both? What Pokemon were you gonna invest in? Pokemon cards or? I'm about to buy what's it called? It looks like a Game Boy, but it's loaded up with like 10,000 plus Game Boy Advance type of games for like $40. I can get this handheld, and it has a SD card that I can, from my computer, download all my Pokemon ROMs and the save files that I have and play it on there. And I'm pretty sure they update with the update of the ROM. So if I play it on my handheld, I can then play it on my PC later. Wait a second. Wait. Hold on. I just thought of something even more crazy. Question. And you will never hear me say this, ever. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to talk about it. There's a difference, okay? I'm going to ask a question. I'm not telling you to do something, because that would be bad and potentially get you banned. But how much is the going rate right now, hypothetically, if you made a new account that got access to the transfer market and you did this bidding every single day, and let's say you made 1 million coins plus a day, very easily with these methods, how much money is the going rate for 1 million coins right now if you'd submit it to a coin site? That would be horrible. You should never do it. But does anyone know the current rate? Also, the guy talking about premium league upgrades, some chem styles are at least 4. Yeah, that's the thing. The chem styles are making it tempting, but like I said, winning these, it's just printing coins too. That's like the difficult part. It's like, okay, chem styles might be extinct, but if we can win a few 87s with a few bids, and then an infinite amount of 86s. Not much, Mumbo, like €9 per mil, basically like 1.5 Pokemon packs. Okay. So if you wanted to, you could have this fund your Pokemon pack addiction. And the more coins you have, the easier it is. Like, literally... Oh, wait. Time out. 83 plus player picks to do the unlimited unassigned glitch. Where you just bid on 86s and 87s. You get thousands into your unassigned. You consistently have a transfer list of 100 selling. But you got to make sure your club has enough golds in it so that you can continue to do player picks as you go. All right, a little more than an hour until new content. Are they going for 1.1? Boys, this is crazy. This is literally crazy. So, what I think I'm going to do for... If prices stay like this, I think I'm going to challenge myself. Do we make like 100 plus of these a day? Or do we go back to what I was saying the other day and we make like 500 of these while making coins? We make some untradeable, make some tradable, untradeable, tradable, untradeable. But even then, it's like we don't need to do that. We literally can just casually do these as we go. What'd you back from the exchanges? Best pull this team has been Ezek. Dovbik. Wait, I just realized too, we could literally just pull from our storage instead of our club every time we get full and try to get like one of every card. And very quickly continue to open packs. Dovbik again. Alright, so let's clear as much space as possible. Stick on just storage. Dude, we need a promo card again from these men. Wait a second. Wait a second. Another mindset change. Especially during Dino. Do we get out of our crafting upgrades eventually, or just not touch them today? Just do player picks and bidding on 86s for, or 85s to 89s to make coins and to make some 86s while we open our other exchanges. So everything we're doing today, from player picks to exchanges, is making us profit and giving us the best chance at Dino. And instead of a pack that gives us 5 golds back that are 77 plus, we'd have majority of the packs being at least 20 cards and an 81 plus guaranteed. Does anyone like Sleep Token? One of my best friends loves Sleep Token. I think you just saw him in concert too. They are the goats. Are they heavy metal, right? Got 157, 89 exchanges. Nice. Have you just been like saving them as you're building them up with other ones, or did you like send your club? They're mostly just metal. What other category are they considered? I've not heard Volbeat. Last night, 89 exchanges went down to 19K, now back up to 24K. Wait a second. I'm curious. If you bid on 90s, that's disgusting. Now I'm curious. I'm really curious if I included this in. What's the minimum a 90 is? Price range wise. Does anyone know? What do I need to include? Because I know 89 show up in this range. Alright, I'm going to try something now. We have a little more than an hour before new content. I'm really curious if I experiment. I think I have an idea. Okay. Now we're going to do Odegaard. Okay, 6-4. So what I'm experimenting with is if we can win some for cheap enough to make crazy coins, but also like treat this the same way like with 86s and other stuff where we're building these out while making coins. Okay, 1.1 there's are going for. Edges method of footies. Okay, we're going to try this with 90s. So Harry Kane. Already have nearly 677 times 5s. W, man. But I have 200 grind packs and 200 gold player packs, so I just put them all in the 77 times 5. If you're wanting to build more and more and more, yeah. I would say for most of you guys to be safe and for sure be unlimited, if you can get to 500 grind packs, that should be like the kind of go-to range. Shirkless, what's up, buddy? The GOAT! Now imagine this after new content with a tradable pack in the promo section. Imagine this if EAFC was a good game. True. Alright, what's the next cheapest thing? Bellingham? KDB for 6.7. 6.7? I just bit right on a highway. He's sitting in a driveway. Skirt. 6.7. KDB. Uh-oh. What's happening? Stream's not crashing, is it? Hello? Can you guys hear me? You guys hear me okay? We hear you? Alright, sweet. Let me know if it starts lagging or something. Alright, I'm going to try something different. We're going to do this. We're running an experiment. The God is mad at our 700 hours in FC25 and it's only June. where my face cam is, is the amount of hours we have on the game. Okay? Look where my face cam is, right here. 191 hours. Which some of you might say, that is disgusting. You're a degenerate, Mumbo. Some people... Where's FIFA 24? Oh, can we not see the hours from here? Wait, where do I see the hours on these? You need to go to your profile. Yo, I'm telling you, FIFA 19 was the GOAT. And COVID, FIFA 20. But nothing on Black Ops, baby. Oh my gosh. I'm a degenerate. Dude, I was even going crazy back on FIFA 15. Nah, bro, I was moving different. Long time no speak. What's up, buddy? How you doing, man? Alright, we have KDBs, Harry Kanes, Odegaards. Okay, let's build out. That was, what, 200K we spent? That's wild. What's the new coin method? It's covered in the video from yesterday, if you haven't watched that yet. How many 89s and 90s do you buy? I have no idea. Should we check if we're unbanned on Pale Tools yet? Alright, we're going to open all our 86 packs. That's the next thing we're going to do once we're out of these. I'm in shock, dude. Wow, what's up, buddy? Like, I knew people said it worked, but I didn't think it'd work like that. So now what I kind of want to do off a stream is see how many... No, we're doing that. We're building up 189 exchanges. Sorry, I'm seeing that right? 790 coins for an 89? That's one we won for that. They go for way more. Why? We're just having fun. We're just experimenting. We're making so many coins as it is. We're trying to see if we can up the luxury. And we're trying to find ways to slow down making packs, because this is the last thing we have that's not banned right now. I'm banned on the PS5, Pale Tools, Companion app. How are you making coins? The video from that's pinned in chat. Project, what's up, buddy? Because the other ones, we don't even have to crazy undercut. If we can get the Herburgers and then just buy now the other three. Like, I was doing bids for a few hundred under. I'd rather do just the easy thing of just buy nowing them. We do that to maybe like 10 to 25 at a time. Yeah, they updated yesterday. It's now 89s or higher. I have 5.2 mil and nothing to spend it on. Congrats, dude. Alright, so I think this is going to be the strat. Off a stream, we spam bids for liquid coins. We build out 100 plus of these 89 overall shapeshifters when we're making coins on the 85, when we're making coins on the 85s to 89 flips. We do that over and over, okay? We do that over and over. We do that over and over. We also spam make 86s while we're opening up. We keep our crafting upgrades for now. I don't think we have to go out of them. We can keep them. But off a stream to avoid soft bans as much as possible. Before and after stream, I think this is the best use of our time. I'm abusing 98 check and Cobble on the wings and champs and sending people toxic messages. So we got back Elise and Vieira, and then from Champs, Roards, you got Tuesdays and Mbappe. Jeez. Insane, dude. Alright. How many more do we have? KDBs, 2 more Harry Kanes. Alright, 45 minutes until new content as well, boys. We are literally cooking right now. Can't wait for Home Guard from Squad Battles. Rename 98 Butra Berry. Imagine you can put custom names on the card. Imagine how toxic that'd be. Allergies are cooking you right now. Can't wait for Black Ops 7. I thoroughly enjoyed the start of Black Ops 6. For me, it fell off heavy, but I justify still buying it every single year because I still enjoy it to a certain extent. I told myself Black Ops 6 would be the year that my cope finally wears off. But my goodness, all it took was one trailer with potential zombies in it. And my goodness, I am already back to ride or die. I am buying the game, most expensive version. I'm taking the day off of work, and I am degenerately grinding to relive my childhood. Top play game was FC25, and it played it 75 days. How long is 75 days in hours? What's 75 times 24? What's the quick maths on that? Anything new in Black Ops 6 Zombies? They have what looks like transit. And potentially, what's the, they showed prison cells as well. If you know, you know. 1,800? Oh, it didn't even get 2K hours, bro. Are you really a grinder, man? All I know is my FC26 time is about to be nasty. Yeah, you can still win 86s for 700 and 750. We've been doubling our coins on them. To be fair, though, a lot of time I feel like on FIFA is just having the menus open. Not even, like, necessarily playing the menus. Like, if I'm doing something on my computer, like I'm editing a video, this is on. It's like the accuracy in that, who knows. Played 0 hours of zombies in Black Ops 1 Cold War, but in Black Ops 6 I played zombies only. Less than 20 multiplayer matches. Dang. What'd you think of Black Ops 6 Zombies? I can't stand the Warzone mechanics, but for a very short period of time, for the first few maps, I was thoroughly enjoying it. And then, like I said, it just fell off a cliff. Alright, time for more packs, boys. Or, no, let's do one more round of bidding first. Whoa! That's weird. I don't like that. I think Zombies are great until they added, I think it was called the 2 map. Yeah, I never played that one. I watched a video on it, but I was done by that point. And you wonder why I'm tripping on. To me, I never get it. Took my personality. It's kind of run away, feeling maybe like myself. Which only took 150 GB. I was like 250 GB. Dude, I can't stand how big games are getting, man. It's like I can only have like 2 or 3 games ever downloaded at the same time. And if I have PS4 FIFA and PS5 FIFA, it limits me even more. Look at the time left on these cards without a single bid. PlayStation Market's flooded with gold rares. I'm jealous. Because you're on PC. I remember when we were laughing at 86 prices on PC a few months ago or whatever, when you said they were like 700 coins. I'm like, be for real. Good luck with winning a bid on PC. Buddy is cooked. Alright. Let's listing it going, boys. That's too easy. That's too easy. Literally, like, selling 187 pays for an 86 squad. It's wild out here. Distant. My only friends is whatever I was tripping on. Alright, it's time, boys. Still think 85 exchanges is all you need with 100 team of the week packs and player picks? True. The days of popping a disc and being able to play the game straight away. Yep, or cartridge, blowing on it, sticking it into your Game Boy or Nintendo 64. Yeah, no, what we're, if you guys are wondering what's different from the video of what we're doing now, we're experimenting with trying to get the top tier icons. What's the best way to maximize our time in packs, where essentially everything we're doing is focused on that. So like I'm doing variations where we're just making liquid coins, building out 89 packs, building out 86 packs, recycling all that endlessly, But then with the liquid coins we're making, skipping the crafting step, because we literally can make infinite crafting upgrades. We still recommend you guys make these if you're low on them. But like what I'm doing is I'm using these now as a tool to either clear my club or spam a bunch of golds back in my club. And then I'm spamming player picks. I'm spamming exchanges. Literally, I want the Hazard. I want the Dino. I want all of them, bro. We got most of the... I think we're missing like 5 of the shapeshifter cards. Here, I can show you my squad of everything. Ezek's my highest rating pull. But we need Valverde still, McTominay, Martinez, Rodri, and Teo. Alexia too. But like we still need Dino, we still need Cruyff. Factious Snyder multiple times, Jard multiple times. We got Earps, we need Saka, Charlton. So we got like a decent chunk of stuff. Now it's like we need to really go for the next one. The good news is, like I said, when you guys get SBC banned every single day, if you're out of options, like you're SBC banned on PS4, PS5, Pale Tools, or the web app, and then the companion app, literally just hop to bids. Just get golds for the next day or make coins for golds the next day. Only friend is whatever I was tripping off. To me, I never get it. To my personality, to some kind of fish. I forgot about Job. Oh, he's having a stinker. What channel are they on? Oh, it's on the Daz Zen app or whatever? Nah. I ain't doing all that. It's a free app to download, right? Bump on the third if ever I was tripping on. Yeah, if you're in chat, how are we? We are doing fantastic. How are you doing? Jobs to Dortmund wasn't his favorite pick. Kind of think they forced him into Dortmund for the Bellingham playbook. Well, he has family ties to the club too, outside of his brother. So that was part of it. Kind of, not necessarily forcing his hand, but like his dad heavily is involved in the process. His dad really was pushing him for him to leave last year, and Job really wanted to stay. And Job essentially had the final decision, but that was when it was kind of clear it'd be his last season. Sold 2 of my team of seasons for 21K. W. Another 89. Brilliant. The nice thing about dropping Team of the Week packs temporarily with this type of grind is anything that's on an exchange just goes into a player pick, which is cold. Gold, gold, gold. 33 Celsius, 92 Fahrenheit. Yeah, it's the same here. I think literally the exact same. Yeah, it's 87 right now. It's going to get to 94 today. Oh, 92 today. 94 tomorrow. Jeez. Church is going to be a hot one. It's packed Holland Team of the Week. What's his rating? Just joined back, so have you dropped Team of the Week and you're putting 84s and 83s into picks? Right now, temporarily, I'm dropping everything but exchanges. In player picks. 84s and under are all going into player picks because we're trying to maximize trying to get the icons and stuff now, so I'm playing it a little different. Once I'm on 502 of the week packs, I'm going to do the same. Stop ducking champs. Brother, you're not going to gaslight me into playing foot champs. No one wants the smoke, I can guarantee you that. There's a reason I'm on the menus. It's not because I'm bad at gameplay. You think I'm good at the menus. Just wait till you see me hop on the sticks, bro. Pause. Absolutely pause. Hold on. Full AO. Champs is dead, not gonna lie. If you play Champs almost in July, you need help. Mumbo loves hopping on the sticks. Dude, we might hit 1,000 Mumbos this week. Or 5,000 Mumbos. We're at 4,903. That's crazy. Let me help. Don't spam it in chat, though. Let's not spam, please. It'll organically happen. Uh, 10 PPs at a time or 20. If you can balance out probably 10. I'm doing like 1 at a time to clear my dupe storage because I'm deathly afraid I'm going to get SBC banned before new content. I can't afford. This is the last thing that I'm not banned on. Alright, how are the sales going? Dude, the 85s might be a cheat code for just printing quick coins as well. What do we got? Right mid. Bundesliga. Oh, the 94. 95. Leo! That's a dupe. So another thing we could do as well, something that I'm even... See, I go back and forth between what grind I want to do a million times over, because in my head, there's always something that you can improve on, but also, like, some of the stuff is just so good you don't want to change it. I don't even like the fact that I'm buying 89s, even if we can win them on bid for super cheap. I think the move might be just stick to making the 86s. If we win the other stuff on bid, just keep selling everything and making pure coins on those, and just spamming the ever-living crap out of 81 20s. Because that's the perfect range to make a crap ton of player picks and make endless exchange packs. And then we can just build up the 89 exchanges that way. Because, like, that's another part of the grind that we don't, I guess, spend enough time thinking about is, like, it really almost doesn't matter the quality of the times 20 pack. If you spam enough of them, you're going to hit something. Just got Softman. I want to check if we're off the Pale Tools ban. Because I'm going to have to do my exchanges, put everything into stuff. And I'm afraid. I'm afraid. So, quantity over quality? Yeah. Well, it's 81 times 20 is still quality. Like, if you watch most packs, I'm getting multiple walkouts usually. So it's like every single one of these, we're crafting other exchanges. It's just what do you want to maximize your time on? My only friend is whatever I was tripping off. The 84 team of the week packs will definitely help for footies after next week. I'm curious to see what... So, last year for footies. Another one. Double. Herberger. Double. Double. More 89 exchanges. What was I saying? When do we normally get either the best of or like re-release of promo cards? Is that during footies? Because this grind is going to be crazy during re-release. And like the quality of packs is not even going to matter. 81 times 20, 82 times 20. That in itself is going to be such an unlimited grind. I'm so excited for it. Like, obviously, we want to pack all the footies cards. Like, we want to try to get all these. But it's going to be so relaxed for everything. Because it's like every pack you open, you're going to get multiple promo cards. Anything that's not a promo card. Gold rare walkouts. So I think the move for me right now on the PS4 version is just make player picks as the SBC and open our save packs. And then when we need to make room and get rid of all our storage exchanges, we go to Pale Tools to quickly make them. If we're unbanned, that is. Yeah, there's like a walkout in every single one of these, man. Another 89. We're cooking right now. We're literally cooking. All right, 20 minutes until new content. Can we make it? Is it even possible to make it? Let's check to see if we're unbanned. What we wanting to see at 6 p.m. I really don't care what we get. If we get like a player SBC, it's not like I'm gonna complete it. If we got, I guess the one thing I would enjoy is some lower end grind where, like, you know, last year how we had a team of the week player pick instead of a team of the week pack. The team of the week player pick was I think it was an 83 plus, and it was 2 squads. It was an 82 rated squad and an 83 rated squad where you needed, I think, 2 84s. And you got tradable packs in each section. If we could turn stuff like that into liquid coins, that would be brilliant. But it's not even necessarily needed either. All right, we're unbanned on Pale Tools. So let us... When is Footies coming? If you look at the countdown, it's coming right after... Training time, 19 days, expires in 27 days. Footies is the next promo after Shapeshifters Team 3 or 4. I don't know how many teams they're going to have. Or maybe there's a 1 week in between where it's something else. All right, how many do we have of each rated? $30 85s, 22 86s, 87s, 88s, 89s. All right, brilliant. Look at that bench, bro. Dude, look at how many 85s we still have. Non-dupe 85s, too. Jeez. Start a new account and can get SBC banned before and can got SBC banned before running out of cards. You got SBC banned on that one too? Is it worth it paying for 85 exchanges? I mean, you'd bid the same price of on 85s as you would 86s, so might as well do the 86 one. I would flip 86 or 85s though if you win them on bid. I've been bidding 700 and selling for 1200. You have 2.3 mil right now? What, I guess my question is, why specifically do you want 85 exchanges if you have 2.3 mil over a different one? Is there a specific reason for that? I don't, I'm just asking what's better. Yeah, you're bidding the same price on 86s as you are 85, so you might as well make the 81 times 20. All right, packs are being made. Brilliant. Go. That's been edited. Cold. That's still working like a charm. Refresh that. Open the 400k pack. You got Putelis. Nice. All right, so we got 2 of those. SBC storage. Job scored. Gold! I need to see this goal. Oh, he had an insane play, too. Beat 2 guys on the dribble. All right, I need to see this goal, though. Here we go. The late run to the box. Chest volley. Let's go. Rush is pretty fun. I don't think I've played Rush in ages. Very good video, thank you. If you're talking to me, that is. Maybe you aren't. Alright, that should open up some storage space as well. I don't want to get Pale Tools banned, so I didn't go crazy. What do you do with 84 fodder and SBC storage is full of them? So right now, since we're already unlimited, we're trying to maximize things that can get us an icon in it for like the Dino and stuff. So we've been putting 84s and under into player picks and 85s and over into exchanges. I've temporarily dropped Team of the Weeks. It's got the game 2 days ago because exchanges came back. Nice. W. Do we just get an 85 and an 8320? That's disgusting. Tabs, what's up, buddy? All right, 11 minutes, boys. Do me a favor, if you guys are enjoying the stream so far, smack that like button. Got 37 people in here. Let's see if we can get to 20 likes. We're 5 away currently. And if you guys are new as well, feel free to subscribe. We are on our way to 15,000 subs. That's wild, dudes. What's the new grind? The new grind is the video from last night, which is pinned in chat. Off of that, people will go a million different directions. Right now, the direction I'm going is taking our access and focusing on things that probably will give us the best chance at an icon, which is player picks and the bigger exchanges. Any good packs today? Many good packs. Not many good pulls. Funny, give us a huddling goalkeeper SBC? That'd be sick. I'm going to need a new coffee for new content. And you wonder why I'm tripping off. W. Alright, another PP incoming. Multiple PPs incoming. Big PP incoming. You're exposing the PP in public. Is it worth putting 94s and 95 specials into the 89 exchange? Depends on what your goals are for your account. What I discussed in the video from last night was my rule of thumb is if I already am card collecting and it's in my club and I have it already and it's a dupe storage pool, I'm taking my dupes and putting those into 89 exchanges, and or I'm mixing a bunch of 84s with 2 or 3 of those big 94, 95s to get a higher rated squad to do like the icon hero PP, do a high rated section for an icon player SBC. Those are like kind of your best options in my opinion. Some people, every promo card they get, they'll instantly put it back in because they want as many 89 packs as possible. Others like me like collected everything and then using their dupes to make more. Alright, I gotta fill up my coffee. We're gonna do a walk away PP, okay? So we're gonna get Dino in this, and I'm not gonna see it until we get back, okay? You gotta let me know in the chat. Don't lie. Tell me who we get in the chat, because I'm gonna see the chat before I see the actual poll. So, if it's Dino, scream Dino in chat. Where's Zadinho? Where's Zadinho, boys? Well, Howard's good for an Evo. We ain't touching an Evo. You get level 35? I'll get it over time. I don't really care too much. Do you still do daily gold? I didn't do it yesterday, but I finished it up about an hour ago. I didn't need to do it. I just extra packs. What I would do though, and what we discussed in the video, is I would do daily bronze, daily silver, daily gold, and then with your leftover silvers from the super silvers, you can get about 10 of the 30 of the grind packs. Don't do all 30 with coins. It's pointless. The coins that you could spend on silvers to get one of those done, you could do an 86 exchange for the same price. So, yeah. Alright, we'll get less stoops in this one. As I still get 11. Sick, man. Alright, 2 minutes. Watch us get a 90 plus exchange. 100 player pack. Could you imagine how sick that'd be? Cold. We finally completed the paperwork. Signed Zubimendi. Really? I kind of forgot about that. Dude, what is happening with player picks right now? Alright, we got time for one more. Picks are crafting. Everyone should focus on crafting if you're trying to build packs. Once you've built packs, you can do whatever you want. Oh my gosh! Doesn't matter, but... maybe I need to skip these. With my grind, you can do both of them and never run out of packs, but if you're low on packs, I think it's stupid to take out craftings. What are the odds, man? Alright, what do we get? $84.10. Is that the only thing in upgrades? 5 times a day. 85 raid squad with a team of the season or team of the week. It's kind of an L, not going to lie. Should have been an 84 squad with a team of the week or team of the season. But, another thing to grind. Yeah, 85 seems high. I mean, you can still make it easy, but I wouldn't want to waste a high-rated card. I'd put in 84s in a high-rated card, but I guess the way I would look at it is you're doing that for a chance at an icon or a high-end one if you're in our situation. So you're going to do it anyways. But you don't want to be putting a lot of exchange fodder in there. right, time to spam player picks, boys. We're going to build out a ton on Pale Tools real quick. Let me go clear it real fast. Should we go until we're banned? No problem. Surely they add more 84 times 10s after next week. By week 2 of footies, they might be repeatable. I mean, they could be. I would honestly take an 83-20 pack over an 84-10 anyways, so that really doesn't excite me. Like, in my opinion, the 88 exchange is better than the 89 exchange. Just saw Job scored. Yeah, it was a pretty good goal, too. Obviously not a great team they're playing, but chest and volley. All right, you guys ready for this? We're going to build out a ton on here. Dang, I'm almost at 250 of these made already. As someone who really didn't make a ton. Alright, 23 SBC storage. The combo 85. Oh, yeah, they didn't bring that back. Dang it. So, that's a huge L because we got the 8410 in a replacement of it. Honestly, an 8410 is even bad repeatable, in my opinion. Fully repeatable. If you got to put in 11 cards for it. Alright, can we make some exchanges too? Clear some of this stuff. Make some more room in our club. Alright, before we see the message that we're soft banned, let's refresh again. Carlos! With the re-up membership. Oh, is it not going to read it out? I thought I read it out normally. Finally get to catch you online. I hope you're doing okay. I'm doing more than okay, buddy. I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing? Is the real question. All right, we got 30. I'm going to go for it. We're going to try push 50. Alright, let's do a crafting upgrade. Get rid of some commons as well. Do you prefer doing the picks? I find them faster. For what specifically? Like, do I enjoy just picks in general, or because like for the unlimited grind, I enjoy crafting upgrades more than anything to make it unlimited. But after that, I find picks enjoyable to open. Just chill and grind. Alright, let's open a few of these. 86. Or no, we'll do... Dang, crafting... These are annoying. We're going to go back to console. Not risk an SBC ban. Play it more safe. Open the picks on here. What do you think about people saying the SBCs will go away at some point? What do you mean SBCs going away at some point? I don't know what that... Like, repeatable grind SBCs? Player SBCs? Was the 85 times 5 combo with the 84 squad or 2 league? Yep, so it became a worse pack for more stuff. EA made it progressively worse. Let's go. $88. Let's go. Dropper in the 8410 seems to be quite good for you, though. You got 6 from the 5. Six what? Promo cards? Or exchange items? Six shapeshifters. And there's what? 5? You said 5? Okay. I mean, we're going to do it anyways, so. I'll just chuck in a dupe shapeshifter, probably. Max was ERPs though, but still good fodder. What did you put in to hit the rating? How'd you make the squads? Pleo, let's go. I've heard that EA would take away SBCs entirely. Was even mentioned in Nick's stream. So I guess the only way to get paid would be with gameplay and buying them. See, the thing with doing something like that is people enjoy the grind too much. Even people who mainly do gameplay enjoy a menu grind to a certain extent. For them to essentially remove that from the game altogether, I feel like would be stupid, especially with gameplay already not being great. I could understand if gameplay was like insanely good and it was infinitely better for getting rewards and getting stuff in general, but I feel like it just kills too much of their audience for no particular reason. Now, obviously, I'm extremely biased when it comes to what I would want. I would love even more SBC content. So if they took SBCs away completely, I would probably not even end up playing more gameplay than I normally do already. I would go from probably playing 1,000 games a year, like I am right now, to probably like 500. If that was the case, I just wouldn't even get the game. Easy £100 saved. $90+, let's go. $88, come on. We're cooking now, boys. Nowadays, I just wait 2 months and pick it up for 20. You're probably not missing out on much, too. Good thing I play people's champs, so I make their account my home Xbox. I get the game free every year. If they don't find out. Look at the SBCs are the only thing keeping the game alive. Imagine no way to get fodder. Yeah. I can't even imagine the market. Like, what would facilitate the market? Coins that you get in game, untradeable packs, and then promo packs people buy. Gives you a good mental break. See, I would never do that because obviously I'm a content creator, so the best time is like team of the year, team season, and the start of the game. So I wouldn't want to wait to get it. Ooh, 89 and an 87. Let's go. Dude, you know what we need? We need a 1 of 4 82+ player pick on Monday. Or a 2 of 3 82+ player pick for like 5 cards. If they can make it like more gold friendly and give you more golds back, imagine how sick that would be. Think about how many of these you'd be able to get. Or give us like a 1 of 10. 75+. Alright, so we can make another 89 exchange. Brilliant. Cold, cold, cold. Alright, Fill up the club a little bit more. We'll open the rest of the 75-20s, and then we'll start spamming the 81-20s. Really get some more fodder. Boom, 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 boom. Nah, am I crazy? Is this not the most woke football thing you've seen? Wait, I gotta share this. Is this supposed to be like a flex or a thing to post? Our subs watched the first half from inside the locker room to avoid the blazing sun at TQL Stadium. Never seen that before. But in this heat, it absolutely makes sense. Utter woke nonsense. Worst competition of all time? No, it's genuinely fun to watch. You get really good matchups. Comedy Bowl is dominating. What is woke? Not the... You could say woke is part of the act of them watching from the locker room, but I think the most woke part of it would be the act of them posting about it. I find that weird. How'd you save up 681 times 20s? Grinding the other ones into it. And mass bidding on 86s and flipping for insane profit and using some. Is it a women's? No, that's the Dortmund's men's team. That is the Club World Cup. Too many games getting delayed because of weather. Hey, they got to get used to it for the World Cup, though. Got to get used to it for the World Cup. Boom, boom. From a 75-20, who we got? Left back. Oh, I don't think we have this card yet. Oh, no, it's El Miron, isn't it? It's El Miron. I used to love this man. I used to talk about this man all the time. And then he went to Newcastle. So now he's El Miron. Gee, imagine how beautiful it is being there when it rains. Why are they crying? It's the same weather in Dortmund, plus it's 7 p.m. in, now in Dortmund. I don't get it. Obviously, it's hot. It's more difficult to play in heat. I get that. But what I don't understand is how they didn't... All the teams didn't prepare for it and also just have water breaks. Because like I said, it's going to be during the summer next year, during the World Cup. You kind of have to be ready for it. Almiron's in the MLS. He's so good. What happened? He started in the MLS. Went to Newcastle and then came back to the MLS. Oh, we didn't ignore position. By the wording of that tweet, it wasn't Dortmund's choice to have the subs indoors. Our subs watched the first half from inside the locker room to avoid the blazing sun. Never seen that before, but in this heat, it absolutely makes sense. Was it their choice, though? Were the other subs inside, too? For the other team? Like, I would understand if they're posting about it because people are wondering where the subs are, and it wasn't their choice to keep them in there. But still, even from the tournament perspective, it's like, all right. But the fans are supposed to watch? Never play champs when it's hot. It's not a good combo. Oh, dude, I should go play football today. Do I hit a workout at the gym? Or do I go on the pickleball court and do some techers? Dude, Plia is like infinitely in my player picks. I'm not complaining, but never seen that before. It makes it sound like they didn't choose to. Yeah. To a certain extent, it sounds like that. If it were me, I would have worded it like Club World Cup has determined the substitutes will have to watch from indoors. I would have posted a photo about it and say, like, I can completely understand. I would have just made a statement saying subs have been moved insides due to orders from Club World Cup. With the 8410s, 85s, and 86s might go up a little. They might. Yeah, you're right. I'll take a look at my sales. Dude, El Miron again, brother. Alright, I think we go back to Pale Tools. And clear out a little bit as well. Okay, we're getting a lot of exchanges. That's brilliant. Alright, let's take a look at 86s. 85s. Nothing there. I think 86s even dipped a little bit. Every 5 minutes, I sold 10 Kim Littles for 1.3. Now it's instant for 1.4. Okay. $2.4, someone just bought that one for. And Kim's an 85. She's an 86. Okay. Seems like people are more active on bids right now, for sure. Alright, it's going to be interesting to see how many of these we actually win. So I feel like there's going to be more competition this round. But still, just with the lack of time left, 30 seconds, surely there's just a bunch of cards that people don't see. Notice they changed the player's picture for some reason. It sometimes glitches like that. I've noticed it's like in the code they have multiple image for a person. It's usually on special cards, where like if you get enough special cards, and you're either sniping them or changing it from like in your club to your transfer list to put in storage, you'll like occasionally have their picture flipped to something else. Or like when you're listing it, I'll notice sometimes it'll like glitch the other one in. It's like, oh, interesting. Dude, I wonder if the stones method is in full effect this year. There's a guy on TikTok in Twitch. I forget his name, but he's like in real life he does house financing, I think. And his name's Johnny Sims. And he calls it I think it's the Sims method. And he would bid on Stoneses and just flip Stoneses. This is like a market volatility metric. And if stones would move, like other cards would move. But he'd make like hundreds of coins per stones. Yeah, way more competition this time around for sure. See how the 12s do. Try 13 as well. Yeah, lots of outbids. This is a gold rare pack to earlier. Notice it was different. Like it's updated, or does the glitch between the two? Alright, we're going to go to Pale Tools in a minute. And you wonder why I'm distant. Yeah, it's updated. She has her hair down. But before it was up. It's weird how you'll notice things like that. Or, like, you'll remember something about a card and it's just completely random and there's no way to explain it. New Rush objective as well. W, I am not going for that. I can't tell you the last time I played Rush. Alright, so the 85s are going for 1.2 quickly, so you probably could get 1.3 or 1.4. Alright, let's clear some stuff real quick. And you wonder why I'm distant. My only friends is whatever I was tripping on. $84.10's repeatable 5 times. You can do it 5 times a day. Unless you want to do the 89 exchange, which is a 8410 unlimited repeatable in there. With all other stuff as well. Yeah, but the way it looks set up for the week, it looks like they're doing the thing that they've done in previous years where they do the 8410. After the 6 days, they maybe make it more per day. Then they raise it to maybe unlimited, or they add an 8510. Honestly, hear me out. Instead of 8510 unlimited repeatable at the end of the year during footies, give us an 8230. Yeah, give us an 8230 with a re-release. That would cook. Want an 8410 combo? Alright. Let's make some more peepees. Give me my peepees. I'm playing a rematch all day. Is that the, is it free to play? That new football game? I remember seeing clips of it. It's $30. So what do you do in it? I've seen people like play it, but I don't know what it's about. You doing peepees over crafting upgrades now? Yes and no. For the unlimited grind, I'm not. For taking my unlimited and trying to get the best chance at a icon and stuff like that, I'm removing some aspects of the grind temporarily to really emphasize pushing for them. So like for that, for me today, that's doing 83 plus player picks and exchanges and dropping Team of the Week packs temporarily. But me saying I'm dropping them temporarily or I'm not doing them as much or not doing it today, that being said, I crafted like 300 crafting upgrades this morning. I opened like 200. So it's not like I did 0 of them. Alright, we're officially soft banned now. What should I put my grind pack fodder into? Depends on what you're trying to do. Alright, so my phone... I'm making some on my phone real quick. And you wonder why I'm distant. My only friends is whatever I was tripping on. Dude, all these freaking... It's so frustrating. All these gold commons, man. Get them out my club. Kim Little now 1.6k. What I've noticed is some of the... Regardless of the rating, whether it's 85s, 86s, 87s, 88s, or even 89s, once people start using a specific player, you'll notice like all of them kind of starting to insta-sell. Like the Trents all sold as a group. But if I look at other ones, maybe they're not going for 1.5 as quickly. Or other ones are like 1.8. Alright, so we're going to remove some dupe storage. And then we'll go remove some commons as well. Seen the one game on Roblox got like 7 million more concurrent players than Fortnite? No. When was this? It's basically better graphics, better gameplay with a lot of skill. Skill move rush. I'll watch some videos and streams on it. I might dabble. This morning they got it. Interesting. What up, Mumbo? Dan? We're on fire here in the UK. I think it's the same temperature where I am. It's 92 degrees Fahrenheit here, so whatever that is in Celsius. We use freedom metrics over here. Baby. Do I put the crafting upgrade fodder into the 8410s? You could. Yeah. I mean, in general, if you're doing an unlimited grind, 8410s you can only do 5 times a day, so in general, it's going to be limited to a certain extent anyways. Just get them done and then move on. From London, I moved to the US when I was 22. Nice. The difference is we don't have air conditioning and our houses are built to hold heat. Oh yeah, true. Oh yeah. Now it makes more sense. The people saying can't play foot champs and mix heat together. Oh, that's disgusting. Yeah, wait, no. I'm now visualizing it. Nah, that's wild, brothers. RIP to you guys. You better not be sitting in a gaming chair. You guys better have like a towel underneath you. Watched your new grind video yesterday and we'll take on board what you said. Hey. Awesome, man. Yeah, if you guys missed it and are wondering like how to start the unlimited grind and how quickly it can come unlimited for you to then be able to do whatever you want with the coins, packs. First 5 minutes of the video basically covers that. We have it written out in a kind of script form step by step as well in the comments of that video. And then the rest of it is just kind of showing you the different ways you can go with it. Some crazy coins you can make, different ways to get fodder if you're focusing on icons, if you're focusing on just exchange fodder, to the week packs, picks. We touch everything. Yep, we have to suffer. Sat currently in an old leather chair. I couldn't even... I'm trying to think right now how hot I'm currently am, and I'm inside with air conditioning and a fan blowing at my balls currently. I couldn't imagine. I'm going to be outside in a bit. I don't know why I'm doing that, but it's going to be fun. I'm going to do a football workout on the tennis court. Do some juggling. Do some around the worlds. Do some skill moves. I do this fun game where when I'm juggling outside, I'll go around the tennis court like 10 times without dropping the ball. I'll just consistently juggle it where I have to keep it basically to my shin height. And I have to juggle in step while I'm walking and then turn the corner of the court at the same exact time, but keep it all in step. So not only can I not drop it, if it goes above a certain height, I have to start over. My record is 20 times around doing that in step. Might move my desk into my garden. How's the woman in your life right now? Technically not my woman yet, but we are in the process of making it. I've been plotting for a while. It's finally paying off. Footy days are over now, as I don't have good knees. Dude, so I played growing up all the way up until end of high school. I wanted to play in college, had an opportunity to, but with concussions decided to call it quits. Kind of fell out of love for the sport because of that for the few years initially in college. But then the second half of college, I joined a co-ed team. And then COVID happened, so everything shut down. But then kind of after COVID's ended into like this last year, I started playing pickup again, and I started doing a co-ed team about a half an hour away from where I live on Mondays. And dude, the competition doesn't even have to be that crazy. It is just so fun. I don't know how you guys are with football, but like my brain completely shuts off in the best way possible. Like all day, it's just constant noise up here. Constant noise, constant noise, constant noise. Thinking about things of life, thinking about what to do for content creation, thinking about my job, thinking about all the like the struggles that are currently happening. And then it's like you step on a football pitch and boom, all that goes away. 25-minute halves, you're just zen, baby. It's wonderful. I got close to scoring a Trivella from outside the box. It hit the outside of the post, and that's the closest I've gotten to scoring so far. I will score. This season, I will score. Same here at college, too, and I used to play for Man United's disabled team. Nice. Who, for disabled clubs, is that pretty big in the UK? Like, do most of the, like, Premier League clubs have a decent system for disabled? Because in college for us in the United States, the school I went to, we were not only ranked #1 for most disabled sports in our division, it was like across the board in the United States, any division. We're a Division III school, and they threw us into Division I. And our disabled basketball team not only beat Alabama, who was the favorites, we have, I think it's like, we've had 5 total gold medal winners of people who've went on to play in the Olympics. One of the woman who's the best on the wheelchair basketball team literally gave me my college presentation when I was a freshman. Like, we had kind of a study hall type of credit where our freshman year, it's essentially you show up once a week. It's a half an hour to 45-minute class. You can choose to do homework, but like the first few weeks, it's just kind of getting you used to being at school, showing you around different places. And then they showed us the where the wheelchair basketball team plays. And dude, wheelchair basketball is so fun. I could not imagine how fun wheelchair footy is. I was going to Bayern versus Benfica on Tuesday to go see Harry Kane in Charlotte, but it's scheduled to be over 100 degrees. No chance. Do you get the money back on the tickets, or you have to pay like a cancellation fee? You're 34, by the way? Plotting is crazy? No, plotting in the sense of strategically playing the long game. She got out of a long-term relationship last year, or like 8-9 months ago, right when I met her. So it was way too soon for her to look for something. You know anything about DeForest, Wisconsin? Like the woods? What are you talking about? No clue, Footchoco. No clue, buddy. Useless when it comes to ladies. Don't know what to say to them. I assume so. They have the ones for those amputees too. I've even been on Old Trafford pitch when I was younger. When United played Liverpool, when Rio scored the winner header, we got to take a pen. At halftime, best atmosphere ever. That's sick, man. Choco, brother, this is wild. Brother. Can we not? Was me, I missed it. As a guy who was amputee, but will cherish the memories forever. Wait, you missed it as in you missed your pen? Nah, that's unforgivable, mate. You can't be doing that. What's the, for disabled football, is there like a woke way to take penalties? Like the stutter steps of football? Is there like a wheelchair variation of that? I picture with like an amputee guy, a guy in crutches, like going up and like fake shouting. Just like swinging there. Getting the keeper to go one way. Yeah, guy saved it with his crutches. Yeah, a bit embarrassing given it was Liverpool. Is blind football popular in the UK? I know it's popular in places like Brazil. That looks so fun, man. Oh my gosh. You have people who are either completely blind or partially blind. And so they'll have to wear kind of either the glasses, the shades, or like the blindfolds. Dude, the skill moves that people can have when they don't see just goes to show you. Just some people have football intuition, man. They take a stride forward, basically, and kick it with their best foot. Gotcha. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, how many player picks do we make? I kind of turned my brain off there. 33? Do you know my brother's there? Is that actually your brother? It's a bit scary playing against them if they catch me with these crutches, with their crutches. Oh. My brother is called Dan. I call him Dan the Man. Another 89. Let's go. So, guys, right now, and even yesterday, it was kind of like this, too. If you guys want to skip a large, like, section of the initial grind, if you have any amount of coins, like, over 10K, literally mass bidding on 85s, 86, 87s, 88s, and 89s for 700 to 750 coins. I'm not even joking. We've won Herburgers. We've won 89s, 87s for that price. Most 85s are 1,200 plus. Most 86s are 1,500 plus. It's literally a cheat code to just make liquid coins and build out 86 rated packs and build out other exchange packs from that. So You could sit there, mass bid, sell everything from the group but the 86s, store those in your club, and just make pure profit on everything else. And you could literally never run out of packs that way too. Now, the good and bad thing with that is the price can be volatile. 86s kind of go all over the place, but if you can win them for 700 coins still, regardless of what the price is, they quick sell for like 611, I think. And bare minimum, even when they were the quote-unquote cheapest, like 800 buy now, you would still literally be able to sell them for close to 1,000 within the hour. So you could go all in on them. I would even, if you're doing player picks as well, treat player picks as your unlimited unassigned. If you don't know how to do that, it's essentially if you get to your maximum unassigned limit and it tells you you can't bid anymore, back out to the menus, go back in, do a player pick. Don't open the player pick, just have the player pick sit there, and it should allow you to unlimited bid at that point until you go back to the menu, and then you got to go back in and do the same thing again. So if you have golds in your club, make a player pick, just mass bid. You could do that infinitely and have thousands of 85s to 89s that you're bidding on throughout the day, making hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million plus coins. I'm not even joking. You could probably make 1 million plus coins in a day. And then with that, literally, you could do the math on that. If you're bidding 700 on 86s and you're making packs with that, what's 1 million divided by, what's 700 times 4? 2,800? You can make 357 86 exchanges. Also, Mumbo, am I stupid? Had to get points yesterday to finish KDB off? Hey, yo! Bro, you finished KDB off? Chill, bro. Holy. With that emoji as well. Brother knew what he was doing. Brother was really grinding. But we'll do a proper grind. Oh, yeah. Yeah, proper grind. He wants to finish the job. Yeah, going in and out of the menus is a pain in the butt. Vaughn, what you're doing now? What do you do with your 84 rated dupes? Got my SBC storage full of them. Right now, I'm just personally chucking everything 84 under into player picks at the moment with this style of the grind. If you have a player SBC or something you want to get done, what we talked about in our video from last night that's pinned in the chat if you want to watch the full thing or part of it. One of the things we covered is the ratings you could get if you submitted a full team of 84s and put in certain special cards, whether it's dupes or things that you packed. I believe it was, correct me if I'm wrong, if you did a full team of 84s and replaced one of them with a 94, it'd become an 85 squad. If you replace two of them with two 94s, it becomes an 87 squad. If you replace the two 94s that were in there for two 95s, and you have 9 84s and two 95s, you get an 88 squad. And then if you do that, but add in a third 94, you can make an 89 squad. So if you're wanting to do like the Icon Hero PP or higher rated section without using a lot of your exchange fodder, while also keeping having a way to get rid of your 94s, that could be an excellent way of doing it. Another one. Let's go. We might hit 100 today. So the nice thing with this too, building up packs this way, is you'll notice I'm not even touching my 89 exchanges. We're crafting some of them with coins. We're crafting some of them with fodder. that number's just slowly going to rise. We're not even touching my crafting upgrades really right now. And we're not even really making exchange packs. We're making them with the coins and the fodder we're packing in picks. But like, or we get the fodder in picks for them. But I'm not really touching making exchanges on here. And if we go in our club, we're going to run into a point where most of our dupe storage is literally exchange cards. Like right now we are, what? Let's take a look. For those, we've got all the 86s to deal with, 85s. That's pretty clear. But if we go in our club, we do specials most recent. Look at our most recent specials. Look at all these. Look at that Dino. That's the Dino from the hero pick, not the Dino from this promo. We still have player picks to make with all these. Dan buying points for footies. Another 89. I'm telling you, these 8120 packs are cracked. Brother, 890, 86, 88, 88. My goodness. Motivation, I'm doing fantastic, buddy. How you doing? Dude, I'm going to have to low-key take a fat dump pretty soon. I'm trying to remember the last time I didn't get a walkout in this pack. If I speak. If I speak, it happens. Or the opposite happens. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I packed a Dino. A Ronaldinho. Yeah, so I think my off-stream grind, or if I get SBC banned on everything, I think my grind from now on is just going to be mass bidding 85s, 89s, selling everything on for profit but the 86s, storing the 86s in my club, and doing that non-stop. Building out more and more of these packs, spamming these an infinite amount of times, to build everything else an infinite amount of times while making coins. I think that's the move. Alright, I want to aesthetically have something on the screen while I take a dump. So what we're going to do is we're going to open player picks until I get a promo card. We're just going to have it sit on the screen for the few minutes I'm gone. Sound good? We should probably start with our storage. Oh, nope. 184. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Each one's going to be put back in anyways. Sent an image. Maldini, baby. Ronaldo, Danijo, is he Asian? Ronaldo de Assis Morea, I believe it is, right? Is Maldini good? Maldini's an insane pull, yeah. Could you rate my team? I mean, how do you want me to rate it? Uniqueness? I don't know what the most meta things are right now, but If you have like a cool like first owner or like an Evo team of your favorite club, I love teams like that. What's your PSN? Exclamation mark PSN in chat. We'll bring up the command. Since when was he 1.5 mil? Everything's dropped crazy in price. That Isaac has all 90 plus stats in every category. He's under 200K. We're just at that time of year, sadly. Alright, I gotta take a dump. Give me like 5 minutes. Sound good? Give me like 5 minutes. If you gotta go get a drink, go to the bathroom yourself, get something to eat. We're still gonna be back grinding for a while. But I need to go. Yeah. I was fighting for my life in there. Oh my goodness. Ugh. What to snipe? I wouldn't snipe anything. I'd bid 85s to 89s for infinite coins. All right, should we do another round of bidding? Speaking about bidding. Oh, cold. Cold. Too easy. Which filter? Pin video goes over it. Pin video in chat. Tripping on to you, I never get it. But is that not too old? Is a video from last night too old? Video that we uploaded less than 24 hours ago? What do you mean? Send you my team? I'll take a look at it in a second. Let me do a round of bidding quick. And you wonder why I'm distant. Do I have Discord? Exclamation mark Discord, yeah. Why don't you have a server? I quite literally have a server and gave you the answer. Exclamation mark Discord. What do you mean? What are you yapping about, mate? Q, send me an invite to this chat. Exclamation mark Discord in chat will give you a link to the server. Or you can look in the description. It's there too. The link should work. If it doesn't, let me know, but those are both the links. Ooh! 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 The Dembele brother! Holy cow! That Saliba looks sick in the old Team of the Season design. My only friend is whatever I was tripping on. Facts, but I think it's expired. The one in chat or the one in the description? Or both? Oh, the Team of the Season design. If you got it from the season pass, they're still there for another 14 days, I think. Dude, why can't I place a bid? Am I too fast? In the pin video, the info on how many coins sell for 85s or something, I'm new here. In the pin video, we go through our unlimited grind, where we talk about very early in the video how to make unlimited coins on fodder as well while you're making packs if you want to go that route. And we go over filters for how to make coins. Things you could potentially list for compared to the buy now, how to pick them up. And then also how to make packs with it if you want to make packs and coins. Much are 87s right now? I'll do 2.9. I'll do 14. We'll double our coins on Pulver. Cold, cold, cold. Herberger for $7.50. Gonna take a drive. Be back in 20. Sounds good. I'm new here. It's the reason I have... No, you're good. You're good being new. Thank you for checking out the stream. Yeah, the video is to help you guys make unlimited packs and unlimited coins during this grind. So that video is going to be your best tool for kind of learning the methods. We've made over 2 million transfer profit in the last 72 hours. Mainly doing that and special card flipping. Mainly informs. We're sniping for 10.5 and selling for 12K plus. Sold for 2.9 already. Dang. You're gotten more out of that. Alright, so people are being a little bit more cheeky with their bids now. Did we get a new pack at the top of the hour 20 minutes ago? Anything tradable? You wonder why I'm distant. My only friends is whatever I was tripping off. To me, you never get it. Took my personality into some kind of fetish. Baby, block myself. Judgment day is coming now. Right? I took coward leader off myself. Time don't help. Now we started on it. It's an outlet. Come on, EA. I'm feeling a big pee-pee coming. We could do the 87 plus player pick as well. Haven't done that yet. Come on. Give me Dino. Need a Dino or something soon, man. Oh gosh, the menus are going now. Oh, wow. Mr. Beast offered his friend $250K if he loses 100 pounds in 1 year. Build himself a personal gym, the chef, and unlimited healthy food. Wow. There was an issue trying to connect to the football servers. How many crafting upgrades do you have now? We have almost 800 still. MLS is 30 years old. It is the most successful pro soccer league in North American history, but it can be much more. MLS's problem isn't there aren't enough soccer fans in the U.S. It's that there aren't enough MLS fans in the U.S. Someday, I'd love to wake up to new news of the MLS holding a press conference with 31 chairs on stage, 30 for all the MLS owners and 1 for the commissioner. The commissioner announces MLS moonshot to make MLS the best league in the world. Immediately, teams can spend as much as they want on their product, but there's also a floor you have to spend. No roster restrictions. Do what you think is best for your business, your product, and your customers. It is not without risk, and definitely flies in the face of MLS long-standing fundamental single entity structure that champions manufactured parity, something that has undoubtedly enabled the league to survive and thrive over 30 years. Survive and thrive is a wild statement, by the way, for the MLS. It could kill or hurt the golden or gold-plated goose that has been where was I? That has been built over 30 years, but MLS ownership consists of incredibly deep-pocketed, smart, and powerful business leaders. It's not a question of money, it's a question of ambition. Do you want to be the best? Are you willing to try and be the best? America is about doing big, bold, and even arrogant things, even at the risk of failing. Of course, like many, I'm very good at spending other people's money and telling other people how to spend their money. I know I'm being Pollyanna and simplistic in this notion. Maybe the MLS moonshot is just my American soccer fever dream, but it's a fun dream, even with the fever. I am not reading all that ever again. Wow, that was a yap session. Rashford's still the best pull. I need to update that, though. Or is Rashford not Rashford's not even the best? No, Rashford is, because we got Ezek, but Ezek's under 200K. Aussie men. I'm trying to remember what old player picks used to be like. When it would open everything instantly. But I'm having trouble visualizing it. Are you subs are away from 15K? We are at 14,778. So we're a little more than 200 away. Let me see if I can not it's not it. See if we can get the I'll do this. Okay. Chat on the side. 20K before the end of the year? Probably 15K before the end of the year. We don't really grow that much anymore. Like, we've kind of maximized our niche. I would have to kind of switch up the content to really get too many more subs. Let's see. If I do that, and I do studio, copy, paste, source, browser source, sub count, add source, why does that not work? Refresh. 1 second, guys. What the heck? Delete source. Video capture, web-based. Window cap. All right. This should work. So we're going to do this. We're going to pull this to the side. Do that. Oh. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to open this up. Boom. Someone try unsubbing and then subbing again if you want. We'll see if this is working in real time. Alright, so the unsub shows. Wait, all 14,000 go away? Everyone unsubs? Alright, sweet. So it's working. It's live. What's the method? The pin video and chat's the method, buddy. It's our upload from last night. We show you step by step on how to start it, all the different routes you can go, how you can make millions of coins during this grind as well. 83 picks or 77 times 5. To do the unlimited grind, crafting upgrades for sure. But player picks can be included later on, like we're doing. Thank you, no problem, bud. Let me know if you have any questions. Or you stuck on something? Could subscribe. No, don't only subscribe on an account you're watching. It doesn't do what you think it does. It just adds inactive subscribers and makes YouTube recommend the content less. So, although I appreciate the attempt at support, the best way to support is interacting on the account you're on, liking, watching the streams, sharing the content, watch time, so on and so forth. My only friends is whatever I was tripping off. Alright, time for some more exchange packs. Started a new FC account. Infant grind is pretty good. W. Can't believe I'm number 3 for watching your channel. I thought it'd be lower. It's for the day. So the ranking system in chat, if you click the top fans, it explains what it tracks. But it resets every stream. What's your favorite FIFA of all time? Was it FIFA 19 that had the light up EA logo that the player would stand on when it was a walkout? It'd like start gray and then it'd light up. It was either 18 or 19. Whatever that game was my favorite. That was also the same year we got the unlimited repeatable SBC. That was a put in a bronze, a silver, and a gold. And you could get a tradable bronze, silver, gold, or special card back. Oh my gosh. That was insane for making coins, pack pulls. Yeah, it was 19. Yeah, it was one of my most played ones, too. Love that game to death. It was so fun. Do I have for this FIFA? I do. I thoroughly enjoy the menu grind, and I always have to a certain extent. Obviously, it's gotten better and better as the game progresses. Most menu grinds do. But I've never been the biggest fan of gameplay, so that's always hit and miss for me. I've really enjoyed getting my Sunderland Evo team to all 90 pluses, mainly 94s. However, I think if they go down the same path next year, I'm definitely going to avoid spending coins on Evos and just mainly do the free ones. Score prediction for Inter in 20 minutes. Who do they play? They're getting pummeled. I don't care who they play. Only play champs in 5 rivals games a week. Some random team, and that random team's going to beat them. Wait, is the random team a CONMEBOL team? Are they from South America? It ain't just a random team if they're from South America. Or is it like the Northern Ireland 15th Women's Division or something that they're playing? Those are like the 2 type of randoms. It's like highly established CONMEBOL teams that never get to play European clubs to really test how good they are. Or some random team that like won the lottery to get into the tournament. I think it's a Chinese team. Let me see. Dortmund only won by 1 goal? Jeez. The heck? Canada plays tonight as well. That's awesome. Let's see. Fixtures. Do they play? Oh! Second round of knockouts is on 4th of July. Oh, they're playing the Japanese side of Urawa Red Diamonds. Yeah, they're in the J League. Were they... Is there relegation promotion? There is. They were, I think they overshot this season. Yeah, they were 13th last season, so they've built pretty well. Only reason I know anything about the J League or their name in general is because of Kashiwa Reysol. They had a striker that Sunderland was interested in. And so, like, I obsessively watched every highlight. So I saw their teams play. All for that, us to not sign him. Yeah, 8410s are What do I do with all these 84s? I have so many, I feel like it's a waste to put them in a Team of the Week upgrade. You can put them in the player picks, Team of the Week upgrades. In the video, we go over different ways you can get fodder ratings. I'll give you like one example, but I can't remember all of them. If you put in a full team of 84s, replace one with a 94, like let's say you have a bunch of duplicate of these promo cards. 194 turns it into an 85. 294s turns it into an 87. Replacing those 294s with 295s instead. So 9 84s and 2 95s gives you a 88 rated squad. 3 94s get you an 89. And so you could do things like that to either get one of the teams for the hero/icon pick, or if you're working towards a player SBC, you can clear that way as well. Inter loses 5-0 again? I hope. I will be hate watching Inter, that's for sure. So they start in 20 minutes? Bet. Ever I was tripping on. To me you never get it. To my personality into some kind of fetish. Job Bellingham scored on his debut? No, he did not. Joe Bellingham scored on his first start, but not on his debut. Joe Bellingham had, I believe it was a 6.5 foot mob rating on his debut. Subbed in like the 65th minute, I think it was. Played decently well, but didn't do too much. How many 85s do we have? I don't want to make too many SBC packs on here. I'm afraid they're gonna move that ban. It was a good goal. Chest volley. I think there's a defender deflection or something too, possibly. Goalie wasn't in the best position either, but it's still a good goal. Surely if they lose again 5-0, we could call them worst Tottenham bottle job. I mean, some of the clubs in the tournament genuinely are like trying to win it, and others I feel like are just treating it like a preseason. It's so weird. Like I said, a lot of people are hating on the tournament. I don't hate it. I think it's entertaining, but I just don't like the idea of like the invite system and the connections of like these random clubs. It's not all just like random clubs. It's very specific owners who are able to get their teams in there to make them money. That's frustrating, but in general, I'm a fan of players getting rest because they already have such a long season. But I'm also a fan of CONMEBOL being able to play European clubs. So it's like a hard balance. You need tournaments like this for them to ever get an opportunity to really play the European teams. And you're just seeing how good the CONMEBOL can be. We don't just do Lib and Sud because we like the Lib and Sud card designs in previous years. Genuinely, you got some fantastic talent in those teams. The fact that Chelsea lost last night but also got dominated is just a shock to me. It's not a shock to me at all. I could see it, but what is more of a surprise is the fact that it was so consistent across the board. All the European teams that lost the CONMEBOL teams. That was the biggest shock. Not that it was just like a one-off, but like consistently, all those teams are out for blood. Cotas. W. League SBC cards for someone not doing League SBCs anymore. Cold. All right, can we do 87 plus exchanges? What do we need? 85 rated. Started on it is an outlet. Think that maybe I set the bar too high. This is why I'm using my 84s too as well. Using one high-end card dupe. Most likely getting a high exchange card anyways, but give yourself a chance at a potential good pull. Bayern ended up winning though, right? Bayern won their CONMEBOL matchup. Absolutely love my phone. From 2 hours, it went from 40% to 99. That's what you love to see. $90. We'll take it. We're turning one exchange card into another exchange card. That's depressing. Where's the Dino, EA? What list Trent? What do you list Trent for? What do you want to list him for? What's his buy now within the hour? What did you bid on him? What did you win him for? What do you want a lazy list for? What profit do you want per card? That's a loaded question. Plea comes back. Of course he does. Started on it is an outlet. I have butt. You have butt? Nice. I have butt for 1,000 coins. What is a good price to list? Again, you gotta answer my other questions, buddy. When you were bidding on him, what was his buy now? What did you notice his buy now was within the hour? AK, what is he gonna sell for within the hour? Alright, low to high, newest, storage all. Maybe I set the bar too high. 86, let's go! Ooh, almost 750 views on our newest video, boys. Killing it. You guys are killing it. Can you snipe on my account? Yeah, let me stop everything I'm doing to just make randomly some coins in your account. You want me to end the stream too? So I finished the pass and bought the premium with coins. Kaka is insane. And Liao. Can you do the grind on my account whilst I sleep? Thanks, Mumbo. I'll consider it. Ice brewed coffee. Go another 45 minutes. Oh, I gotta make another coffee too. We're gonna be going for a while yet. I got potentially some plans tonight with some mates. Looks like they wanna put some meat in their mouth, so I might have to deliver on that request. Yeah, we're grinding until then. I'll do a quick outside workout in the heat. How's the grind going? Fantastic, man. Should I show an update of the squad we've gotten so far from this team since last night? Pause. They want to have a cookout around a fire. And I will tell that I got to text them back that I'm interested. So these are our polls so far, boys. Isaac is crazy stats, but for some reason he's under 200k. Buying the 96s? You mean 86s? Yeah, we're buying some. Mainly flipping. 85s, 89s. I still can't believe... Here, we should do some more bidding real quick for those of you who want to see. I still can't believe this, man. W. Isaac, your favorite player? Oh, dude. Don't even get me started. Alright, this competition needs to go away. People need to stop placing bids, man. Don't understand why these 77 times 5s are better than 83s. To make unlimited packs or what? Specifically for unlimited packs, every player pick you make, you're putting in 7 cards and getting 1 back. So you're net 6 negative. Every time you make a crafting upgrade, not only do you put in 9 cards, you get 5 back. So it's a net negative 4. But in the same time, you're times 5 in your output of potentially getting an exchange card. And you're crafting essentially the next crafting upgrade. So the recyclability of it is crazy. Thus, helps you get to unlimited a lot faster. But once you get the grind going, you really don't need it as much at this point. Do you have Trent listed? Did you... Mike, did you not respond to any of my other questions to you? I feel like you're just choosing to ignore me. Let me know if you can hear me, Mike. I'm going to help you out, buddy. I'm trying to teach you. Because I'm not trying to teach you Trent's price. I'm trying to teach you the method. And how you can understand the market price of something. And how you can make even more coins on something. So when you hear me, put yes in chat. We're going to teach you live. I am. Join the server. No. Not server. This chat. This chat. Nothing about Discord. This chat that you're talking to me in right now. Okay, I see you say yes. So go look up Trent on the transfer market and tell me how much he sells for within the hour. If you could. Should I do the 83 PPs now? I have 50 crafting upgrades now. I mean, you're still low if you have 50. If you're doing like things like the 86 flipping and you're making infinite coins too, I would say go for it. But if you're not doing that, or even making 86 exchanges, I would probably get to at least 250 crafting upgrades for more safety, but that's ultimately your call. I go to check. Let me know once you find out. Because remember, in the video that I told you to watch, we go over this exact thing that I'm about to teach you. So if you watch this part of the video, you should already be familiar with this method. What's the method? The gold bidding. Bidding under the buy nows by an insane margin and making an insane amount of coins. Yep, Job scored. I'll take Teo over Cruyff. Honestly, me too. But are you getting many 85s out of the 77 times 5? I've gone over 20 promo cards. I've probably gone over 500 walkouts. I've crafted probably over 500 Team of the Week packs. And I've opened over 2,000 crafting upgrades since Friday. So, I would say so. Round 1,000. Okay. And you picked them up for how much? Are you on PC, Mike? So I actually win 86s for 750. I win 85s for 700, 750, 86s, 87s, 88s, and 89s. You're on PS5. Okay. So right now on PS5, I don't know what market you're looking at. He's 1,300 within the hour. If this is not screwed. So bare minimum, he should go for 1,300 within the hour. And like we talked about in the video, if you watched the specific part I wanted you to watch, which I don't think you did, but it's okay. We treat this as a scale. So if you're trying to make yourself 400 to 500 coins per card, you take the buy now that it would basically guaranteed go for, and you give yourself a range. So if you're bidding, like you said, what, 900, 950, you're already making around 300 to 400 coins on the card as is. But what you can do is you can list it for a few hundred above as well. That's what we call a lazy list. You get lazy buyers. You get people who buy it for different reasons towards the end of the hour. So what I would do is I would mass bid on cards like this in bulk for under the buy now, and then I'd list for a few hundred above. So if this were me, I would personally be winning Trent for 700 to 800, maybe 850. I'd be listing them for 1,500 in bulk. We actually sold probably 10 Trents earlier for 1,500 insta sell at some point. I'm on PlayStation as well, so I'm on the same market as you. Lovey 50, 83 plus picks. Done been here the whole time, watching and chilling. Nice. The market's a wild one. More people are catching on, so you're going to have more competition, but if you're consistent with your bids and find pockets, plenty of coins will still be made. Started on it, is it outlet? And then no friends ask me what is our gal. Maybe I set the bar too high. I would not, you can snipe and do buy nows, but I don't get why you are so caught up on buy nows. Bidding is where you make the crazy coins. Bidding's our method, so if you're doing your own method, that's fine. But if you're wanting ours, the bids are where it's at. Max bid price for 87s. Whatever their buy now is, less than that. For me, I just find 87s while I'm going for 85s and 86s. I'm not like trying to focus them out. I think they're what, like 2.8K to 3K right now. So realistically, you're going to have waves of people doing things that high. And then you're going to have some people like me who could potentially win some for like 750. It's really random though. It's truly whoever's able to see the card because we're down to like, look, this page is like under 20 seconds. The bid will take it up to like 30. Most people just won't see that page. So if you can get it like 20 seconds left, not a single bid on that card. And then you gotta flip the filter around a little bit. Get out, go back in, put in a different like minimum buy now, different start price. See a bunch of different cards that way. So let's see how many of these we actually won, because we were winning most of them earlier. Now there's going to be quite a bit more competition, and since we're showing this on stream, we're also going to have you guys we're fighting against. So I'll tweak it a little bit. Let's do 2K minimum, 800 max. Market straight cooked. It's so funny. It's literally hilarious. How we went the other day from bidding on silvers for 150 to make a grind upgrade for some more golds to now bidding 700, 750 on some 86s to make a 81 times 20 crafted upgrade for essentially the same price. Is Bruno for 800 coins good? How much does he go for? So here's an example of a group of bids I did. Won about half of them, I'd say. But the ones we won, 87s. Like 2.8k-ish. So we just made 2k coins. Martinez. Probably going to get closer to 3k on this one. Another 2k coins plus. Might have to lower that. 85s. Probably list these for 1400. 1500. I'll do 15. I'll lower to 14 if needed. And then with the profit I'm getting on these, I'm storing the 86s in my club to use for the SBC, personally, or I can flip those for profit too. Pack weight's so dead. I feel like it's hit or miss. Like, pack weight in terms of like the high-end cards is always going to be hard, but pack weight in terms of getting more and more walkouts, keeping the grind going is good. 89s are 3.8. If I bid 1.5k, it's still decent profit. 89s are not 3.9k. A single 89 is that price. Her burger is that price. And you can focus your bidding on her, and you can actually probably win her for 750 if you're consistent enough. But yeah, if you bid for her under 3.8, very easy coins. 89 in our first pack, W. Can you let me see what you bid for 85s? You just saw me for the last 5 minutes do nothing but bid on cards like 85s. Is my, maybe I'm wrong. Where on the screen do the bids pop up? Are you guys able to see what I'm bidding when I'm bidding? Or is that blocked by my face cam? Yeah, there's 90 rateds that are cheaper than the other 89s too, so if you use Footbin or the EA something website, I don't know what that one is. EAFC maybe. They show you the cheapest by ratings. The hardest part is the 30-11 silver upgrade packs daily. Yep, I just don't do all of them anymore. I'll do at most like 10. That's if I even do the daily bronze, daily silver, daily gold upgrade. Do you think 85s are going to go to 4K later? Is there a specific reason why you pick 4K? Do you think the season pass is worth buying with coins? Sure, yeah. I wouldn't spend money on it. coins, you'll get a decent chunk of them back, and you're making enough with these methods anyways, where you could probably do this for an hour or so and make the coins to buy the season pass. Go to Footbin and click SBCs and then cheapest by rating. Yep. It'll show you each individual card. I bid Herberger for 8K. No! That scares me. I've made those mistakes before, too. The worst is when you do it on the, on either Pale Tools or the web app, where you, like, have the price range that you're bidding on, and it doesn't ask you, are you sure you want to bid this? You just click bid and it bids on web app. So I've had times where someone, right as I'm bidding, did an outrageous bid, and I then outrageously bid 100 over them, and you're sitting there and you're like, that just wiped the profit I made. You're on companion app? Clement Bishkoff. Who are these links to Sunderland right now? 19-year-old worth 300K. I've seen enough. Sunderland wonder kid. He played 4 games in the Conference League. Baller. Baller. Sign him. Pen and paper right now. Or the buy now being 3 on Pale and 4 being bid. Classic mistake. I need to make another coffee. Gotcha. All right, I'm going to make a coffee real quick. Be back in a minute. Should I flex while we're gone? Leave that sitting on the screen. All right, BRB. All right, I'm back. Can you check how many coins Trent goes for? I don't know how to check. We literally showed you how much he went for and told you how much he went for. Told you how much to bid under and how much over to sell. Were you just not here when we walked you through step by step, brother? What do you mean? Am I tripping or what? How do I make coins? MumboElite, welcome, bud. How are you doing today? You can make coins with gold bidding. It's pretty easy right now. Where is the streamer? Oh, I'm here. I'm back. I was just getting a coffee. How are you doing today, MumboElite? Sorry you talk fast. But it was on the screen. Were you not watching the stream when we pulled up Trent? We looked up his buy now price. It showed on screen how much he went for. I'm pretty sure you commented, yeah, that you saw it as we were doing it. He was 1,300 within the hour. We were selling him for 1,500 plus. So if you're bidding under 1,000, you could probably get away for 1,500, 1,600. Interest down against... Yes, let's go! Gold! Gold! W! I knew it. I knew it. Not only did the Japanese league teams play today, Urawa said, we're going to show them the Japanese way. Absolutely. Big fan of Urawa Red Diamonds. Absolute baller of a team. Look at that. Already sold 2 of the 87s for 2,000 plus coins or close to it. Can you check how much Bremer is? Can you check how much your mother is? I'm interested in picking at least one up. 8410 seems really good. Could be. Should we do ours for the day? I haven't done them yet. Mike, if you don't mind me asking, buddy, how old are you? I'm curious. Do you just use only rare golds in the PPs and crafting upgrades? If I'm out of commons, yeah. You're 13? Makes sense. Sorry, buddy. No, you're good. I figured you were younger, and yeah, if English isn't your first language, I'll try to slow down a little bit more. What is your first language? Mumbo talking to a 13-year-old caught. Sorry. I can't win. I'm trying to be helpful. I can't win. What is going on? I'm trying to teach him how to make coins. Boom, 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 boom. Sure. Ronaldo, sure. Cold. No, it isn't cold. Palmer today. My goodness. Or yesterday, whenever that was. Alright, 84s. You're from the Netherlands. Nice. I gotta put plea in. I forgot. It has to be a team of the week. Or team of the season. Made already 70K off the 85 bids. I'm telling you, brother, they're crazy. Easy coins. I have never left the United States of America. All right, 3 more. Thoughts on Trump? I don't like the fact that he doesn't have ball knowledge. I really would love to have a president at some point that is a proponent of the CONMEBOL and a supporter of the 2 leagues. It's kind of sickening, honestly, that the Libertadores and Sudamericana isn't something that many presidents really put on their main priority list. So, yeah. Not trying to get too political or anything, but it's really frustrating. It's disgusting, really. Like, talk about the things that matter. Come on. Landon Donovan for president. Alexi Lawless for VP. Is a noose an option for me? I'll take that. What's the platform? Make soccer great again? Y'all were trolling, right? Y'all who said these were good? Can I have a word with whichever one of you frauds said these were good for promo cards? Can we just have a quick conversation? Sometimes I wonder if the other EA games with Ultimate Teams have an unlimited grind. Dude, some of those games, I don't get how different they are. Like, EA makes all of them, so you'd think they'd do similar stuff in the games, but things are so different. It's crazy. Are you maybe going to Netherlands for holiday? I didn't plan on it, but I guess never say never, right? I wouldn't mind watching some of the football clubs that have helped me so much over the past few years. Helped me become what I am today. That would be maybe a cool experience. They've made me millions of coins, so guess I gotta represent a little bit. FC20 is like forever. I'm in debt to them. Mumbo wants to visit the red light district. I'm colorblind, so I'd probably not be able to do that. Red light district, you know. Also not a fan of the prostitution. Probably wouldn't want that either. Can I now go to bid on players? I can in a minute if you want me to. How old are you? I'm 27. I'm an unk. He's 47. Same thing. $47 sounds true. Facts. Grinding in the red light district gets a whole new meaning. That's why his hairline is on the back of his head. It's not on the back of my head. It's more like the McDonald's logo. Is this your full-time job? Absolutely not. This is a way I make infinitely less than minimum wage in my free time to enjoy talking some football and playing some football, but I have a full-time job outside of this. Probably made $1 today. Maybe. $2. If I'm lucky. What is your full-time job? Product marketing. I'm a marketer. Dude, we have, what, 2 more of the 8410s? These are awful. Awful, man. What the heck? You deserve so much more watchers. I appreciate it, man, but I'm fine with what we have. Remember, the more people watching, the harder it is to keep up in chat, and it changes the whole kind of vibe of the stream. So, like, as cool as that would be to have, like, thousands of people in here, you know, we had 600 plus, almost 700 active viewers when PlayStation Network went down a few months ago, and that whole stream by the end of it had 67 to 70,000 total views. I was struggling to keep up with many of the messages. Mumbo works for EA? Shh, don't tell them that. I need to have it seem natural when I say the FIFA points are actually a good deal. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I didn't do the team of the week. Stupid me. He's in charge of the price of Trent. What price is Trent? How do I find it? Alright, 1 more minute and then I'll go do bidding. Are you here, Mike? He is. Alright, sweet. Dude, these were horrible. Who lied to me? I mean, to be fair, we did get a lot of 89s and 88s, so that's a W. But my goodness. Alright. Transfer market. Gold rare. Minimum price 700. Maximum price 750. Minimum buy now 2,300. Search. Find 85s, 86s, 87s, and 88s. I'm bidding under 1,000 on all these. Boom, boom. Should have been 85 times 10, 3 times a day. Should have been the 85 combos. But EA doesn't care about us. So last time around, we were winning about half the bids. This time around, it looks like it's slowing down quite a bit. We're already 46 seconds out. Oof. Let's reset. Have you seen that FC Online game in China? I have not. What is that? Why have almost only 84s if I do your filters? I mean, are you going page to page? You see a bunch of 84s for me too. But there's plenty of other cards. Now it's down to 24 seconds. Okay. 17:25. Okay, this is better. How long will we still be live for? I got dinner plans in 4 hours. I was going to work out before then, play some footy outside, but it looks like there might be some people on the pickleball court. So that's kind of out the window. The stream's been popping off today. We've been grinding a lot. I think we're just going to stick around until then, so probably a few more hours at least. I'll make sure to hit a good workout tomorrow. Or right before I leave. So we'll keep streaming. It's like Foot, but only available in China, but they have weird ratings, like Maradona's 115, Beckmar's 114. Is that like FIFA Mobile? So yeah, look at the prices we win the stuff for. Lose a ton as well. Got outbid on about half and we won about half. What is pickleball? It's like tennis, but a little smaller and different. I am Christian too. Are you going to Kirk every Sunday? Am I going to church every Sunday? Yes. I love my church. I'm going tomorrow. Most weeks I'm serving in the children's ministry as well. Teaching the kids about Jesus and Libertadores and Sudamericana cards. One of them's really into Pokemon, and he talks to me about Pokemon when I go. He tells me his new Pokemon cards he got, and I brag about the ones I got back in the day. When I bid, I win only like 3. If you're trying to maximize bids, keep this as a mindset when you're doing it. If you're getting outbid already instantly on a page, refresh to the next page, because most likely someone else is sharing that same page as you, and it's going to make it more difficult to win those type of cards. So that's helpful. Another thing too is do different bid prices. Don't just do the same thing copy and pasted. You'll see me like move around. Look at that. Already sold for 3K. So we just made 2,200 coins on them. But I try to get as close to 50 bids as possible, because if my win rate's around 50, I can get about 25 then that way. Bidding 86s during prayer. Dude, you want to see something? My Bible study group, we have dinners together before we get into the Word. And you got to see this post. 1 second. Let me find it. I got to do a little bit of scrolling. If you've been a part of this community for a few years, you probably saw it back when I posted it. But if you guys don't believe how much I love the Libertadores and Sudamericana, let this be kind of a lesson. Over a year ago. Almost 2 years ago now. Jeez. Oh, dude. Bandeja Peso was so good. Dude. Oh, I need to go back there. Dude, look at this. I love Silver Lips. Bro, this was the most fun flipping ever. Our coin showed on there? Oh, no. Please don't tell me it reset. No. 500k after that. No, please don't tell me it went to the top again. Alright. We're going to find the post. Give me a second. If you're wondering what we're doing, we're finding a post when I was at my Bible study. 1 sec. It's worth it. Trust. 1 second. 1 second. I can't see chat right now. I'll go back and see chat in a second. 2 years ago. Can't believe I actually touched grass yesterday. Glad to see these wonderful people each week when I'm not bidding on lib cards. If you look close enough, in my right pocket, her hair's blocking it, but in my right pocket, I have my phone that actively has lib bids as we're eating. I'm not even joking. Actively has bids on the phone. Because we take it serious. Have to, man. Why'd you post a picture of a bin? We posted a picture of a bin? What? Al Streamer not reading chat? My bad. Apologies. Can you forgive me? Can you check for how many I list Bruno for? I mean, we already went over what I'd list 85s for. Lying during your Bible study is a very bad thing. How was I lying? They knew I was doing it. My whole Bible study, it's not my Bible study anymore because I'm in a new one, but my whole Bible study knew I was a content creator who did FIFA grinding. Next year, do a 24-hour live stream where you just bid on lib and suds for 24 hours straight. Dude, I don't think I would ever survive a 24-hour live stream anymore. 85, 86, 87. But can you check how I'm going to list the 85 Bruno? I already showed you how to search for it, buddy. I'll show you one more time. Any big pulls yet? DJ, Trent is, or not Trent, Ezek's by my best. If you go to the transfer market and you type their name in under name and then go to max buy now, you'll find how much they're going for. So I'll help you with this one, but you have the rest on your own. I believe in you, buddy. So if we go to, who did you say? Bruno? How much is Bruno going for? 1,300. 1,200 pretty quickly. So I would bid under 1,000. Bella from YouTube chat, by the way, I'll change my YouTube name soon. Hey, welcome. I made you come chill on Twitch. Promo! Right wing. Double walkout. Mid. Because you have turbo here. Hey. El Mirón. ¿Por qué, mi amigo? Solamente El Mirón. ¿Por qué? Yo quiero dinero. Por favor. Yeah. Oh, back to back. Striker. That's another 90 plus. Come on. Another 89 exchange. Harry Kane. Who else? Low key, I looked at the image before I saw the card. I thought it was Dembele that walked out. Hey, we'll take the fodder, though. We didn't have her yet. W. Because I have a turbo here and I used to stream myself. Nice. One lockdown. What game did you play during lockdown on stream? 5'7" center back. Yeah, and she's a professional footballer and you're not, bro. So, how about that? Mostly Tom Clancy's Division 1 and 2. Ooh. W. Never said I was. No, I know. But you're not. That's my point. Dembele if he was a woman. Just pack gold Mbappe. How much does gold Mbappe even go for nowadays? Watch him be like 1,000,000 coins because he fits an Evo or something. Oh, jeez. One of my bottles just popped. Sounded like a shot. Turn the lights on. Evo in him. 93 now. Is it a free Evo or did it cost money? $50K. That's not bad. I already know Dino's going to randomly pop up when we're not expecting him. I'm going to lose my mind. It's going to be the Vinny 2.0. If you remember the Vinny clip, you're an OG. Oh, that I'm fading on. $88. Solid. I don't want to say what I'm thinking because I know EA is going to listen. It's going to happen, but I'm going to say it anyways. I feel like we haven't had an SBC ban in a while. So the way we're making stuff now seems like it's doing its job. Why should kick me right there? Would have cried. Do not jinx it, buddy. But got 100 shapeshifter upgrades, which is 77 plus 200 grind packs plus mass bidding. Nice. All right, we're up to 20. Should we try to ooh, because exchanges go away Friday. I'm not going to be here. I could off stream build up even more 89 exchanges. But I don't have my PlayStation 5 or PS4. So I need to be careful with how we do it. Should we try to get to 100 shapeshifters before we end the stream? I didn't understand. Said wanna eye you. If you need an ear, you know where to find me. Tighten up and loosen. I'm past that. Now I wanna, my friend. Yeah, with the home by him. Be a very son. Alright, I think we go to Pale Tools, boys. I think we try our luck on there and see if we're still a CC band. I've evoed 12 United players. This EAFC. I want to go even harder. Pause. I want to grind even crazier for Sunderland evos. I basically evoed every single Sunderland player that was in the game, and some former ones. But I want to take it to the next level for next season because Sunderland should have, hopefully, more depth and options to choose from now that they're in the Prem. What I hope they do, too, is not only look to sign some, like, Prem-proven players and some upgrades to the squad. I truly hope we go for some, like, 500K wonder kids that we loan out. They need to add goalkeeper evos. They just added cosmetics to goalkeepers. You can do that now. Can I maybe snipe on your account? Nope. Alright, so we are not SBC banned on here. So what we'll do, let's take a look at our club analyzer. You guys see this okay? Yeah. How can you Pale Tools on iPad? Look up a YouTube video. There's YouTube videos on Pale Tools on how to do each device. iPad would be through Safari. You'd have to save it as a bookmark. But you not being that great at English as your first language and me trying to explain it's going to be awful. If you want an ear, you know where to find me. Does anyone else watch the Sidemen Hide and Seek? I'm absolutely addicted to that. I need to. Sounds good. It don't work. Do you have an iPad too? I use my phone and Safari on my phone, and it works just fine. You have to go through Safari. Here, I can actually show you real quick. So if you have a Safari tab, like you see, I'm using Safari as the web browser. You see the EA loading up. So if I go into my bookmarks, that little book thing at the bottom, I have Pale Tools is one of the safe things. And the way I got that was I went to Pale Tools' website and I found the link and I dragged it down into my bookmark folder. That's all you have to do. If you need an ear, you know where to find me. I've been high on IG. Try and catch me. I might loosen past this. Is you want a friend? I haven't done the daily golds yet. Oh my goodness. You're slack-a-lacking, dudes. Wonder how many 85s I have. Inter's losing at halftime? Are you surprised? As expected, baby. Japanese league ain't no joke. The next blue lock is coming from there. Also, too, if you guys notice, obviously we're making the occasional 86-pack tradable with the ones we're flipping, but the amount of player picks we've made today and the amount of packs we've opened, the amount of 89-plus exchanges we've built up without touching even our crafting upgrades. Can you check Discord, please? I add you and show you the problem. Can you go in like a channel and you share your screen or something, or what do you mean? They're worse than Sun. Mods ban them. Ban them. Get them out of here. Doesn't matter. He said JK. He meant it. I know he did. Cut the lights off. Ban. Nightbot, are you listening? Nightbot. Ban Matty Boy. Pretty soon, Nightbot's going to be used by AI technology that can read voices and commands from a streamer. It's going to be a thing where it's like, hey, yo, Nightbot, update Shapeshifters pack count. Pack pulls. Counter number. Hey, Mama, how's it going? What are your best pulls today? I can't keep seeing your mother. That's not a good thing to say to people. Ezak's our best pull today. Do you have to pay for Pale Tools? Nope, it's free. It's a free extension. You can donate to Paletta if you want. Dude's a baller. Gracias, Pareto. Look at all those 85s. Isn't it beautiful? Who's the most overrated goalkeeper in real life? I guess before I answer, what is our definition of overrated? Overrated in the sense of how much they're talked about versus how good they are. Overrated in the sense of like how much they were bought for versus like how much they contribute. What's the... Do you even play any games? I have close to 1,000 games played this year, yes. Prime Neuer is the most overrated. Can you check general Discord? So, is that so you saved a link to Pale Tools' website. What you have to do is two things. One, you have to... The link that brings you to, you see the installation link? That's the link you need to drag. So you got to drag the Pale Tools version 25 1.23. Drag that link into your bookmarks. That's what you use. And you don't click it when you're on this screen. You click it once you're logged in. So if you do that, if you drag that link in, I'll show you what I mean. Here's just my web app. So it'll be the same way for you on there. And then once you're logged in and you're on this screen, that's when you go to your bookmark and you click it. And it will add the extension element over it. For me, it's Onana. I was going to say Onana is probably one of the most overrated, but I was thinking about it. I'm like, do people even rate Onana? He's just horrific. Reedy Naughty Boy, no, you'd like a girlfriend? My mother is way out of your age category, and she doesn't know how to grind League SBCs? Alright, thank you for letting me know. Ramsdale, I feel like, has been horrific for a while, so I don't know if he'd be overrated. It's a tough one. I was about to say continue for Barca, but I realized we're talking about goalkeepers. Phil Foden is so underrated. The stats back up. Back it up. He's had a better career stats than Vinny, but Vinny doesn't have better trophies. He's underrated. Did I say overrated? I meant under. Who is a player? Oh, this is a good question. Who is a player that if they changed their nationality to whatever country you could pick, they would be considered either a baller or be considered the worst player ever? Like, is there a player where, let's say they play in the Premier League, but if they were English instead of whatever their nationality is, and they played for England's national team, they'd be considered an absolute baller, or vice versa. Maybe they play for a country that's really good, but if they had to go like Mo Salah and play for Egypt and carry, they'd be found out completely. Wiki, it says Overton scored 1,000 for United. Going off of stats, goalkeeping stats for the 24-25 football season, what is a list of the top 10 most overrated goalkeepers? Foreign goalkeepers would typically be those with strong reputations or high transfer fees, but whose actual performance metrics, such as save percentage, goals prevented, clean sheets, or expected goals versus actual goals conceded, don't match the hype. Instead, I can offer a reasoned analysis based on limited information available, focusing on goalkeepers whose reputation may outstrip their statistical output, and explain why this question is tough to answer precisely. Okay. Candidates for overrated goalkeepers. Oh, here we go. Donnarumma. I was going to mention Donnarumma, but I didn't know how to say it with PSG winning the league, the Champions League. Widely regarded as one of the world's best. Accolades, Euro 2020, played the tournament, 2021 PSG award. His lofty reputation and move to PSG haven't consistently translated into top-tier statistical output this season, especially in high-pressure games. Martinez. Oh! Despite his accolades, Martinez ranked among the bottom 3 Premier League goalkeepers in expected goals prevented. Ooh. Kepa. Okay, Kepa's a good shout. Once one of the world's most expensive goalkeepers. 80 mil to Chelsea? I didn't even realize he went to Chelsea for 80 mil. Chelsea's been spending for a while. Bart from Brighton. Sa from Wolves. Alternate approach if you're looking. Thank you for the sub, by the way. If you're looking for a broader list, the goalkeeper with the big reputations of inconsistent performances or recent seasons. Onana, Ederson, Sanchez, De Gea, Neuer. Oh, a legend. But at 38 as heirs, the reliance on reputation might inflate his current standing. Thank you. Now make a top 5 list for all footballers that are overrated this season, not just goalkeepers. So Donnarumma still makes the top 5 list for overrated footballers, not just goalkeepers. Neymar. That's a fair one. Marcus Rashford, yes. Kepa still. Jack Grealish is a good shout too. Oh. Based by just stats alone in the last calendar year, what are the top? Who should be the top 5 candidates for the best player in the best footballer in the world? And God, no, I don't want to give it any more information. I could have said Ballon d'Or. I could have just said Ballon d'Or. Your question earlier, Guy would be more appreciated if he wasn't from Senegal. I agree with that. So this is 2024. Revised football in 2024. I guess I said the last calendar year. Gyökeres, Harry Kane, Haaland, Liwa. Honorable mentions, Mbappe, Ronaldo. What is this list? Martinez, Vinny. How about performances just based in 2025? Why have I been signing to FIFA as a free agent the past 3 years in career mode? Because he's a baller. We'll get back to packs in a second, guys. Dembele. Okay, this list is more like it. Still Mbappe's on there. But we got Dembele. Salah. Still Harry Kane. "14 goal involvements in Europe's top 5 leagues and UEFA competitions 2025 with 29 goals and 5 assists across the season, including a Champions League leading 11 goals. Oh. Grok, why are European football clubs losing consistently to the football clubs from the Libertadores and Sudamericana in this Club World Cup tournament? Are these leagues actually... I won't give it any more context. Garcia for underrated. It's a good shout for underrated. I didn't realize how good his stats were. All right, we're going to stop after this. I'll go back to packs, but I want to see if it brings up the time of the season it is, which it looks like it is. Let's see. Several factors why European clubs are struggling against their South American counterparts in this tournament. Key reasons for European struggles: physical condition and season timing. Yep, that's why having it in the winter was different than summer. That makes sense. Mid-season advantage for South American teams. Yep, because the Libertadores tournament is on pause until August, so they have their tournament coming soon for Libertadores. I believe Sudamericana has theirs as well. Also, the Brazilian league is currently active. Yep. Ending in May or June. Physically fatigued. Yep. For example, Botafogo's 1-0 upset over PSG and Flamengo's 3-1 win over Chelsea. Aided by a red card. Nah, Grok. Motivational and cultural differences. High stakes for South American clubs. I agree with that. European perspective. European clubs accustomed to the UEFA Champions League prestige often see Club World Cup as a secondary akin to a friendly. Oh, facts, dude. Unless there's money for it, then they start caring a little bit. South American team's hunger was evident in the result, like River Plate's 3-1 win over Red Diamonds and Fluminense's. So River Plate beat Red Diamonds, and Red Diamonds is beating Inter. Fluminense's draw with Dortmund. Fluminense plays tonight too, I believe, right? Yeah. South Americans' resilience. Continental teams are accustomed to challenging conditions, such as high altitudes, different grass types, and longer travel distances. That's true. I agree with that. European disadvantage. Pitches, climate. Yep, I agree with that. Financial and talent disparities. Yes. Historical talent drain. This is what I was saying earlier. Lose talent to Europe early, weakening their squads. I always talk about how Europe uses the South American leagues, mainly Argentinian and Brazilian players as kind of a form of academy. They'll allow players to play there and then buy them for a fraction of the price they will be one day. European complacency. Ooh! Despite their financial clout, fielded non-champions alongside title winners like PSG and Man City. Include non-European teams levels the playing field as they struggle against comparable sides. Botafogo's high spending, 30 mil in Thiago Almada. Thiago Almada is a baller, by the way. Fingers star-studded. 9 goals for assists in 2025. Early tournament results. Context. Last one. Who will win the Club World Cup based on the current performances? You still have PSG as the favorites. Oh, the supercomputer, okay. Yeah, Man City, yeah. Bayern. Okay, why are we doing all European shouts? Can we get... Thank you. Thank you. Flamengo. Let's go, baby. All right, sorry, one more. What is the most amount of games a footballer should play per year? Club, friendlies, international, etc. to reach peak form, but without becoming too tired or leading to injury? And is that number more or less than the current amount of games a top level professional footballer typically plays for club and country? Can you check Discord channel? Yeah, I'll take a look at it. I think Rush is kind of overrated because he's scoring a lot of goals, but it's in the Portuguese league. I'd like to see him make a move and see how he does. What's the optimal games per year? Indicates that 50 to 60 games per year. It's an optimal range. Expects at least 14 days of off-season rest and 3 to 5 days between matches to optimize pros. Age consideration, yes. For a top-level footballer, 50 to 55 games, including club friendlies. Okay, they add playtime, which is good, because some players get subbed off. Flexibility, yes. Current game load for top-level footballers. Here we go. Typical game count. In multiple competitions, play 60 to 80 games per year. Wow. Club matches, 50 to 62. Premier League. Then international games, friendlies. Top players typically play 65 to 75 games. Oh, with peaks of 80 plus in major tournament years. Oh. And the optimal's 50 to 55. Commercial pressures, yeah. Recommendations, mandatory rests. Prioritize competitions, yep. Dang. Alright, what are we looking at in Discord? What are we looking at? So did you, the installation link, did you hold down on this and drag it into your bookmarks? Wherever your bookmarks is on there? Football is getting silly. In my opinion, it's in itself. Anyone who has played at a decent level knows that 70 plus top level games per season with no years, with a summer break, is just stupid. Yep. And what's scary is like how good the younger players are getting. Like we're already seeing Yamal, how beneficial he's been to Barca. I'm very interested to see when that's eventually going to catch a player like him. Think if Prem games are spread to one game per week, it could help fixture congestion, I think. I mean, I feel like in general, it's usually, one per week until cup matches start taking place. Then they have to, like, filter in. Emin's feet are bleeding after every game. He's already feeling it. I feel like, is it fair to say he might have the same career trajectory as Neymar? And honestly, his kind of vibe, his demeanor, his like swagger, confidence, cockiness, whatever you want to call it, he seems extremely similar to Neymar. Where I hope it's not the case with him, where we're looking back and it's like, oh, what career could he have had? But he hasn't dealt with a big injury yet. That's another thing too. He's been relatively healthy. Did Messi and Ronaldo ever have an extremely big injury in their careers that left them sidelined for more than maybe 6 months? I mean, obviously there's injuries that it's like makes it difficult to play and you can see a drop of form, but they're playing through for a limited amount of time. But have Messi or Ronaldo ever been injured for more than a 6-month period? Say this all the time, the human body doesn't care with how rich you are if you push to break it down. Yeah. Narrowly because my club once played 4 games in 1 week. Dude, in the United States, youth tournaments, you're playing 90-minute games at showcases where you have like 2 or 3 games a day. So take this weather. There's kids right now in Kansas, in Texas, in Chicago, Illinois, in Virginia, bunch of places around the United States where they have showcases where these kids are spending thousands of dollars on travel fees, club fees, in hopes of getting in front of collegiate coaches. And they're playing 90-minute games with 2 to 3 a day for 2 to 3 days of 2 to 3. So they're playing 6, 7 games if they get far in a tournament out of their group stages in a single weekend to get scouted by schools. Imagine that. That's horrific. I remember when I played on the United States Olympic development for Wisconsin, I had 4 games in a single day, and we only had 1 kit, and you couldn't wash the kit. So all of us by the end of the 4 games were just not only completely drenched, smelt horrific. That whole weekend was disgusting. I'm past this, you know, one of my friends. Oh, yeah. And not only that, we had games the next day, and they didn't pay or give you an option to wash your clothes. So if you didn't buy multiple kits, some people literally wore the same jersey that they sweat in the day before. Dude, the smell was diabolical. The comparison isn't fair one because of the intensity of the top level is nuts. I played semi-pro in England. Whenever we played a pro team, it was like another sport. Oh, no, absolutely. I'm not trying to claim, like, yeah, the intensity would be the same, but just, like, sheer amount of minutes, weather conditions, how much football you're playing in a limited amount of time, regardless of the level, is probably not good for you, especially when you're young and developing. Yeah, I don't think people realize how fast the speed of play is with professional football. Like, when you see it in person, it's crazy. Like, the accuracy of passes, how fast it is, how much sprinting they're doing. Not just running, but, like, dead out sprinting. How physical it is. Joba in game 1 of the Club World Cup, right after he got subbed in, within like, I think it was 5 minutes, he like completely just knocked a dude over when they went for a 50-50 ball. Absolutely just ripped him a new one. That's like being a teen and lifting weights for like 3 hours straight a day. Yeah, you hit a certain point where it's like the optimal amount of time and duration for growth is just overshot completely, and usually negates any of the additional benefits there would be to building like a muscle, or fatigue takes over. And then if you don't have proper nutrition as well, same thing could be said with then like proper coaching and stuff. Like, I know soccer/football, you could say a million things, but it's like baseball's that same way too. You could have a dude who's a really good pitcher, and if he's throwing a certain type of pitch that can really do damage to his arm over the course of time, like if he has a really good curveball, and he's consistently just practicing his curveball for a long, long time, his shoulder's going to give out sooner than later. Or if he throws 100 plus miles an hour. Played CM and can only say, I can only say you have literally zero time when playing pros. It's so fast. Yeah, dude, I could imagine. Did you ever have like one of those like welcome to this level moment where like you received a pass and you didn't play it instant and you got completely taken out? Let's put a non-pro and a pro rondo passing routine. You'll get your answer. Yeah, that's wild. Have I ever been to West Virginia? No. Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, Indiana, Ohio, California, Tennessee, Florida. States going through it when you drive down to Tennessee. I think that's the first Nuno I've seen. Do you still stick to it if you don't make 10K craftings? You owe us a 12-hour stream. I'm still on pace to hit it. We made a deal with you guys the other day where we decided it'd be more beneficial as a community if we keep the rate but focus on things like player pick throughout the streams for like additional content. That'd be the better trade-off. So what I could do is like today's like today. We did over 6.5 hours so far. I plan to still be live for a bit longer. If not this next 2 weekends, because I'm going to be gone these next 2 weekends. We can do more long streams like this over a 12-hour one. Heck, it could probably even turn into a 12-hour one. It can't today, but we'll end up doing those things organically throughout this grind. But as of right now, I think we're at 2K total. So we're still making good progress, but most of the crafting upgrades, I'm just going to spam and craft those off stream. Beautiful state. Want to go there so bad. Played against Andre Shula. If you yes, dude was a baller, man. In a summer tournament when we were both young, he was doing things on a completely different speed setting. That's one of the things that like was frustrating growing up playing in the United States was I feel like you're accustomed to the level around you, and it makes it extremely difficult to break out of that environment to a certain extent. Like, my local club wasn't a super high level, so I had to always do trials for teams within, like, half an hour, 45 minutes away from me and play on those. And then if I really wanted good experience, I had to travel 1.5 to 2 hours to try out for those type of teams or be in those teams, which really sucked. And then we'd have tournaments that were always like 4 or 5 hours away. It was just constant travel. Like, it truly was your life if you wanted to do it. And then you had to go to colleges. I had ID camps most weekends. Traveled across the United States to go to those. And doing all that, nowhere near the European level or even the South American level, is wild to think about. Job, a.k.a. Jude. Farm, you owe us a 50-hour stream for not going 15-0 in champs. Yeah, my bad, dude. How do you save Squad Builder on console? You have to go into the squad itself. You can't do it from the outside. So if you go into the squad, I'll show you real quick. So I'll do a player pick because I have the player pick one saved. But if it resets anytime you go back to the main menu and go back into Ultimate Team. But if you're in here and you go to Squad Actions, you go to Squad Builder, this will save. So if I go to Gold, say All, low to high, I don't want to do, say max of 84, ignore position, let's say newest. If I put that in, that will then complete and save. So the next time I go do another one, as long as I go from there, and watch this because this is where people mess up. As long as I click back in and hit start from scratch, do not hit use squad builder again. It will reset. But if I go in here and go back to this squad builder, it will be the same exact thing. The reason that's important is you notice when I'm reading chat, I'm not actively paying attention to really what I'm putting in, which doesn't seem like a big deal. But I've had times, and you've seen it even in the stream a few times, where if it resets, I might be putting my Team of the Year Mbappe into an SBC. So just be careful. Use with caution. No, it's sad, but I like the fact they shared a pitch with the guy who set up a World Cup winning goal. That's not sad at all. That's awesome, man. That's like saying the goalkeeper who got scored on 10 times by Bayern. Sure, it could like suck that he got scored on that many times, but the way he's probably going to frame it is he blocked shots, made saves against world-class footballers. Your environment impacts a lot, man. The step up from amateur to semi-pro is massive. Semi-pro to pro is like a galaxy jump. Yep. And then also, too, imagine that from a youth development level if you're not progressing at a good enough rate early enough, right? How much harder of a jump it is to go from the amateur to semi-pro setup when you have little to no resources behind you. Little to no resource or little to no experience at a development level, and you don't have the money. Those are the things in the United States that makes it extremely difficult for people to progress. Because it's like the next Messi or Ronaldo could be in the United States, but if they don't spend the sometimes $5,000+ a season, if they don't go to the travel tournaments, if they don't pay the hundreds of dollars for the tryouts, you might not know they exist. Plus, Auckland City goalkeeper is a part-time, so to block shots against Bayern is good. Yep. But also, too, like, think of him going back to work. He had to take all his PTO, his paid time off. He had to do voluntarily no pay days for the rest. He's probably going to be a legend when he goes back to work. Playing against and with top players made me a much better player and makes you realize how important reading the game is and street smarts, good habits, etc. If you see what I mean. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Even like in my my pickup games in my co-ed league, it's 7v7, and the league we're in is like somewhat competitive. It shouldn't be. It should be more of like a recreational for fun. But what happens, especially during the summer session, you have a lot of the footballers who play at the collegiate level come back for the summer, and the level increases dramatically. So you have a bunch of kids who have not only college conditioning, they're playing against a lot of European players who came overseas to play at the college level. They're now back in our hometowns and our cities playing to stay in shape, and they bring an intensity to it where it's like, oh, shoot, yeah, as a center back, if we're playing sevens, I no longer have a left back to pass to. My position's a little bit different. There's no offside, so I have to be aware of people making runs behind me. I have to actively be involved in the attack. If I have a center mid that I'm passing to, and I have a striker that I'm passing to, but no one's opening up on the side of the pitch for me to make a run, I then have to be the one to open up space and go touchline. If I'm going touchline and I'm spreading their team out, if we turn the ball over, I'm extremely out of position if we only have two defenders. So how do I get in a position where I'm in a good attacking spot where we can make a play develop, but how do I also make sure I'm getting back in enough time where we don't get countered? And all that is extremely fun. I love all that. The constant thinking, the quick plays. Love it. I miss it too. The competitiveness. Like I said, some people, it's just a switch flips, your brain shuts off, and you just enjoy it. I miss it so much, man. Is grinding SBCs on PS4 version better? It seems to be faster in terms of I don't get the lag error message as much. But also, too, I'm banned on the PS5 right now, so it's kind of by choice. Or kind of by necessity, not by choice. If Sunderland put a loan bid in for Grealish, would you take him? I don't know why they would. Any player we try to loan most likely will have an obligation to buy if we stay up. Sure, he could make the team a lot better and get an opportunity to obviously enhance the quality, but I don't know at this moment if that's the type of player Sunderland's going after. What time is it for you in the US? I'm in the central time zone, so for me it's 3:34 in the afternoon. So in the UK, it's 6 hours later than that. Yeah, it's tough, man. One of the things they don't tell you about either, and I'm sure it's the same in Europe, is like you understand there's like levels to the game. You understand how hard it is to like make it at the top level. But what people don't prepare you for is like when that becomes your identity, when that becomes your life, when that becomes your passion, when that becomes all these things, and then you hit the certain age where you've kind of come to your end with that, whether it is you're not moving up to the next level or it's you stop playing. You have to find some place to put that passion and energy. And like luckily I have a job that I enjoy where I'm able to kind of do that. I'm able to like refocus it. And then when I do things like this and create content, I'm able to talk about those things. I'm able to do that in the form of football by cards in a video game. But dude, no one prepares you for that. It's the scariest thing when it ends. It's like you almost lose yourself. If you're not careful, you can put it in the wrong places. I think the best way to describe it, my mates who are decent players make the step up, and it's like they're put in the tumble dryer in midfield because of the pace. Technique at top pace is what they can't do. Yeah. Even though they're technically good, it's the pace. Yep. Literally the speed of the game, the physicality. If you think about it in terms of like even like a chess game, right? You have a certain amount of pieces on the chessboard. When your opponent makes a move, your chances of victory or what the most beneficial next move gets calculated off of that. Same thing applies to a football pitch. If you're playing 11v11, depending on the formation you're playing, depending on where the ball is on the pitch, depending on how the defense is reacting, you're putting yourself in a position where you have a certain percentage chance of success going down one lane, whether it's the left side of the pitch, playing a ball near a winger, whether it's recycling to the other side of the pitch. And that equation is constantly changing as the ball's going. So what you're doing is you're consistently trying to make it so you're in a position where you have the highest percentage chance of creating an opportunity, and then from that you exploit the advantage over and over and over and over and over again. And as a center back, one of the things I enjoy about that is like you can see in real time the full pitch of that happening. In the midfield, you have to have eyes on every direction. Like you as a center mid, you have to know who's behind you. You have to know who's ahead of you. You need to know like what line you're breaking in terms of progression. Me, I can see all that, try to communicate with my team, but also I would love to play long balls based off of that. So it's like if we're stretching a team wide on the left and we're rotating, and I see that, okay, if the left back plays me a ball that he just got from the left wing, I'm going to play it to my center back. Center back might play it to the right wing, the right center mid. Team's going to be able to read that, and they're going to already be in a defensive position. But if I can kind of beat that, either take on and step into the midfield as like a ball progressing defender, or I can whip a long ball across, find my winger cutting in, we can create that numerical advantage at a much faster rate. But to do that at a high level and consistently make those passes while people are moving full speed, while people are challenging it, you have another center back on the other team reading it, stepping to it, like real time, you got to understand all those things. Grealish scored 1 goal in 18 months. I'd like to see someone like Johnny Evans or Eriksson at Sunderland. Realistically, Sunderland will be going after wonder kids that they can reignite into good players. They'll go for young talent that needs time to play. It'll be interesting, man. What is your job, if you don't mind me asking? I do product marketing. It's my full-time job. Were you a good center back for like my level that I played at throughout my youth? Yeah. I would say I was probably in the state of Wisconsin for my age, one of the better left-footed center backs. But a lot goes into that too, right? None of that really matters if you're not going to a school where that's what they're looking for. Like there's a lot of, with the next level in college, it's very difficult too because you'll have schools that have kind of like think of it as like 4-year contracts. A lot of people go to college for the 4 years. So if you have a kid that is playing your position that just got there the year before, sure, they could look to sign you and you might be a good player and might upgrade the team, but you constantly have to fight that dude for that position. But also too, if they're a favorite from the coach or they got heavily scouted from the coach and that's not a school that scouted you, they're going to always usually be in a position where they're the one in the starting lineup. And for that leap of going from playing every minute of every game, 90 plus minutes, multiple times a weekend, to then potentially like sitting the bench at a school, that would have been extremely difficult for me to do. So like part of me was also happy that I didn't have to do that because I don't know mentally how I would have reacted. I think in my head I would have wanted to like work even harder and like earn a starting spot, and that would have driven it to another level, but who knows? Makes me laugh so much when people think they could do better than a pro in a top league. Dude, it's crazy because it's delusional, but like you'll see people play and you'll see people give takes and it's like, what? Like, for example, Angry Ginge. There was genuine comments of Angry Ginge where they're like, if Angry Ginge lost a little weight and kept playing football, I have no doubt he could play at the professional level. It's like, what? Don't get me wrong, he's entertaining to watch. But I don't think people realize professional football. How long are you going to be live? Probably another hour or so, maybe. We've already been live for almost 7. I like U.S. football because you never know who wins the league or gets the playoffs. Are you talking NFL and college football as well? It's amateur players who think they play with their head up in game and have a good touch. Put them in high standard game. Can assure they don't / won't be able to. Yeah, it's extremely difficult. One of the things they don't prepare you for like when you play kind of after you reach like your certain level or you want to be professional or you want to play at the next level. When you play with teammates then that are either inexperienced in the sport altogether or played at a lower level, trying to like play in ways where you're used to like teammates making certain runs. It's like when you're playing someone in like 1v1 and they've never played football before, they're almost harder to attack because they're not going to fall for the random moves. You know what I mean? And it's like, as a center back, I'll have times in like 7s where there's people that I play with who are pretty good, but then there's others they've never played the sport before. So it's like when we don't have the numerical advantage and it makes sense to play a long ball to the winger's either not making the run, or even if you play them that ball, they're not going to have the technique to be able to catch it and progress the ball from that spot. Can you send one message in chat? What you must do step by step for the ultimate pack method? The ultimate pack method. What do you mean the ultimate pack method? What is an ultimate pack? If you're talking about the grind for how to make unlimited packs, if you look at the pinned video in chat, the one that I've wanted you to watch, bud, in the comment of that video is a step-by-step guide written out that you can use. We also talk about each step in the video and show visuals. Do you save the 86 packs? We're kind of saving them. We're mainly saving up the 89 one right now. We're kind of just building those. We'll craft in the rest. Ginge won't get signed to a local Manchester regional semi-pro team. Not a criticism, just a fact. Oh no, it's definitely true. Like if you, do you guys remember, shoot, who's the American who is a TikToker and plays in some of those charity matches? What's his name? Noah Beck. He had the ability to play in the MLS. He was going to be at a MLS team level if he would have stuck with football. But even then, like, think of MLS players, the quality there versus CONMEBOL, the quality versus the championship, the quality versus Bundesliga 2, La Liga 2, La Liga, Serie A, Serie B. Miles different. Some people are lazy. Yeah, some people are lazy, but some people are also 13 years old who don't speak English as their first language, so it's also understandable. Yeah, League 2 as well. Funny you mentioned League 2. League 2, I forgot how you say it. Is it ASSE? Sunderland had Pierre Ekwa on loan there. And they had I think it was an obligation to buy or an option to buy for, I think it was 6 mil. If they stayed up, they ended up getting relegated, but they're still spending the 6 mil to get him. And since he's a West Ham Academy graduate, West Ham wanted him to go to Sunderland to get game time, but also wanted a substantial sell-on clause. So he's going for 25 mil, or he's going for 25% to 35% sell-on from that 6 mil. But on top of that, Not only did they acquire him potentially now for 6 mil, West Ham gets a 25 to 35% cut of that. Sunderland gets some money. Looks like the club's going to instantly sell him to League One for potentially double the price, which is wild.
Thank you so much for the sub.
Yo, DJ with the prime or the sub. I don't know which one it is. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it, man. You didn't need to do that. Yeah, it doesn't show up in my multi-stream chat which one it is. Win-win situation? Literally. St. Etienne? Yes. That's who it is. No soccer like LA, Galaxy, or Inter Miami, or DC United? Yeah, the one I'm really frustrated with is it sounds like Sunderland values one of our defensive midfielders who we had at loan in the Scottish League. Nectar Triantis, he's Australian and Greek. He had a phenomenal season. He's been there the past 2 seasons. Last season he was there. We also sent one of our star strikers, Elizer Bayenda, who didn't really play much, so he didn't progress that season. But we sent Nectar there, and he got a decent amount of playing time, did pretty well. If you remember that viral clip, you'll know Nectar Triantis. Do you remember that clip a year or 2 ago of a guy in green taking a quick free kick and hitting both his teammates? Like, he hits one in the face instantly from the free kick, and then it bounces off the other person's face too. That's a Sunderland player. He had a breakout season this season, playing in the Scottish League. It was just a loan for the season, so they don't have like an obligation to buy or an option to buy. But Sunderland values him at 1 mil, and if we potentially loan him back to the Scottish League, we might let him go for around that. We bought him for 300K, but he was in the Scottish team of the season, man, and if Sunderland gets relegated to the Championship next season, which the likelihood is all 3 teams will go back down, he's one of those players that not only do I think would be valued at 5 to 10 mil with another good season, he could potentially be one of those to hop back in if we lose the likes of a Dan Neal. Yeah, Sunderland got promoted to the Prem. Do you think Birmingham City will get far this season? I think Birmingham City has a lot of money and resources. They're going to be in Ipswich, where the team they had in League One was significantly better than the rest of the league to a certain extent. That will also carry over well into the Championship. I think Wrexham, on the other hand, is going to be a team where it's going to be more of a reality check unless they have a good window. I think they'll get good Prem loans, but Wrexham's issue is they keep buying players that are extremely experienced, which will be on higher wages and not have the resale ability. And every time they progress, they essentially now have to lose a decent part of their team because they're not able to play at the next level. So Wrexham let go, like, I think it was 5 to 8 players who are no longer above a League One caliber level, and they're going to have to replace that with some decent talent. Will they go the Sunderland route and get some young players from the Prem on loan with an option to buy? Potentially, but most likely what it looks like they're doing is they're looking at aging Prem players. They're going to look at some Prem loans where they don't have an option to buy what the player can play for the season. And I just don't think that's going to be, for them, a recipe for initial success. It'll probably be a recipe enough to be maybe a mid-table team, not get relegated, but for them to take it to the next level, just them spending money on elderly will not work. Great to see you live. Hey, welcome, buddy. Yeah, due to money. So, Birmingham, I don't know if you guys remember, Birmingham had Jude and Job both come through their academy systems. So when Jude went to Dortmund, they got, what was it, 30 mil from that and an additional sell-on clause for an additional sale eventually when he went to Real Madrid. So they got a decent chunk of money from that. Then Job went from Birmingham to Sunderland for a little more than $1 million with a decent sell-on clause too. So Birmingham gets a chunk of that 32 mil, 32 rising to 35 mil for Job at Sunderland going to Dortmund as well. So they had a decent chunk of money in that. They overspent, if you remember, Jay Stansfield, the Fulham striker, young Fulham striker. What was the backstory on him? He scored in an FA Cup match in memory of his father or something who played somewhere. I can't remember the exact backstory, but like his name was rising a few years ago, and a lot of championship teams were after his signature. He ended up going back to Birmingham because Birmingham spent, I think it was 12 million or something on him in League One. So there's no underdog story for Birmingham City. They not only should be in the championship, the amount of money they've been spending, the amount of wages they have, and the amount they probably will spend, they should be a team challenging playoffs, no question. Another random one, as a Sunderland fan, you'll remember, I played again. Oh, you did! In a bounce game in Southport. He shoulder barged me off the pitch, off the boards. Bro was a unit, man. Victor, man. Jeez. Yeah, I'm excited. Sunderland financially is in a really good spot with the sales they made, with the players they're looking to bring in, with the obligation to buy we got for Enzo Lefebvre. Essentially, if Sunderland goes back down, a majority of the purchases they make, they'll be able to sell on for more. So financially, they're in a good spot. There's also going to be a lot of players that are at the championship level or progressing through Sunderland's ranks that will continue to be in a good spot. Sunderland's youth academy, if you look up any kind of top Premier League club, wants to get a Sunderland player in their youth academy. A lot of them are in a good spot there. They play well in the U21, U19 Premier Leagues, U23 Premier Leagues. There's a young striker that Liverpool wants. His name's Trey. He has a brother, too, who just got Academy Player of the Season. Both of them are absolute ballers, and it would be fun to see break through the ranks. But Sunderland will continue with that young, developed talent model. And financially, it puts them in a fantastic spot to spend. We also just got a director of football. It hasn't been made official yet, but we took Roma's that they let go, who was responsible of getting Enzo Lefebvre from Lorient to Roma. And now he is going to be with him for the third time in 12 months at Sunderland. Turned down Newcastle. He turned down a few Serie A teams to join Sunderland. He's going to work with the sporting director. Sporting director is going to be more responsible for finding the young talent that are hidden gems and continue progressing them. Director of football, he's going to be the one to make more of those bigger Premier League moves, whether it's a loan with an obligation to buy, whether it's finding someone with Champions League experience that you can buy for 15 to 20 mil, who's still in the early half of their 20s. That's going to be the really interesting one to see how he does. What's your best pull so far in Team 2? I would say probably Isak. Do I have dinner plans at 4? I have dinner plans in 2.5 hours if 6:30 is when they're supposed to be. Sadly, Sunderland back down. Hey, that's the expectation, and even if they are, I'm completely fine with that because they're infinitely in a better position going back down than they would have been staying in the championship for another season. So, either way. All right, we'll open these player picks now. We've used a ton of golds. We're nowhere near out either. Oh, actually, we're coming to the commons now. Let me start throwing in some commons. Yeah, no, I'm really excited because, like, if you've ever supported a team in the championship, I'm not talking about a team that was in the Prem, got relegated, and went right back up the next season. If you've supported a team that was in League One and you had players that you were signing for 100 to 150K and a crazy sale for them would be like 500K, then being in the championship where you get players on loan that are worth like maybe 5 to 10 mil tops and they're the best player to ever come out of your club in the last 10 years, to then now having players that you're linked with that go for like 30 plus mil is the craziest feeling. What are you putting 81 plus cards in? the 83 plus PPs. Right now, 84s and under, I'm putting everything into player picks while I'm trying to get these icons. Like Dino and stuff. So I'm doing things a little different than I would either off stream or in the quote-unquote unlimited grind. We're doing like variations. Is trading silver rare libs still a thing? If gold rares are still 2K and above, I'm assuming silver rares will probably have at least a little value to them. You probably could still make it a thing, but nothing's better than 75 to or 85 to 89 bidding. That's going to be the best thing in the game right now. But yeah, Xander, I'm temporarily stopping Team of the Week packs. We did about 250 this morning / last night off stream, and I did, I think, 300 plus crafting upgrades. So now we're primarily focusing on just the best chance to get the icons, because we've packed a majority of the low end cards, some of the middle ones. Now we really got to push for the pack collection. See, I want to skip these, but I don't want to skip the animation if we get a good card. Like, I wish you could skip, and then it would slow it down if you got a promo. What time are you dipping? As of right now, I just texted my group chat to see when the plan would be. As of right now, the plan would be bare minimum 6:30, which would be 2.5 hours from now. I would probably have to end... I would have to leave a half an hour before that. So I would have to shower and get ready before that too. So I'd probably leave in the next hour and a half or so. Dude, I miss when Lib and Suds used to be special cards, man. Wait, I just realized I've barely eaten anything today. We've been grinding so much, I haven't even heard my stomach growling. I had Greek yogurt and oatmeal. I should probably have more of that. Yeah, I'm going to make that real quick. BRB, give me 1 minute. Dude, I was opening the Greek yogurt. Yo, did I just cut my foot open? Yeah, I'm bleeding, dudes. That's not good. Well, doesn't need medical attention, so we'll let it bleed. I opened a Greek yogurt and it sprayed on me. So if you see a little white stuff on me, it's Greek yogurt. Enter 2? No! No! You're lying. Dude, I always forget Benzema's playing in the Saudi League. Ayo, pause. Pedro. Pedro. What's crazy is we haven't gotten banned on everything. It's been 7+ hours. Plus the hour I was grinding before the stream when we got banned on Pale Tools and Companion app, and then we got unbanned on those. So we've done really well today. England U21 beat Spain U21 3-1. None of England's scores is under 21. They're 22. Of course. Of course. Dude, we haven't seen a promo card in a minute in these player picks. Harvey Elliott and McTee from City, and Anderson, of course. I get England is for national team, it's a little different conversation than some other national teams, but it's crazy having someone like Harvey Elliott, who I feel like a few years ago you heard a lot more people talking about, progress, and then you're kind of back to U21 level. That must be so weird. AW, Maddie. Do you play Rivals, Weekend League, Squad Battles, and Cup Sundays? I play Squad Battles, occasional Div Rivals, occasional Champions, or Foot Champs, but not really Foot Champs. Dude, Newcastle could make me the happiest person in the world if they sell Isak to Liverpool. My goodness. Spain's goal scorer is 22. LOL. So call it the DRC team, not under 21. Well, what does England call their squad? The elite squad? What do they call their U23 or U21? Whatever Job was called up to. Wait, since when did Inter win? They scored a what? A last minute winner? Another 89. Let's go. Cold. Cold. Alright, we're gonna start doing this. Just for a few of the player picks. So we can slowly get rid of the commons. Someone called Bro that plays for Bodo Glimt scored a hat trick today. Garbani, 92nd winner. Should have betted that game. Do you think Sunderland can stand the Prem without Joe Bellingham? Yes and no is the short answer, directly tied to Job. Recent trends with relegation teams, it's going to be more difficult in general to stay up. But oddly enough, I think him leaving gives Sunderland a better chance for financial fair play reasons. They already have the 200 mil plus from TV Rev, which you don't get the full share of, obviously, at once. But when it comes to their chunk of the pie for that, you take an account that they sold Job for up to 35. You take an account that we sold Pierre Aqua, or he's going to be sold for about 6 to 7. You take the fact that we also sold to Brighton for 10 mil. You have enough money with some of the sales and the revenue on top of already developing young talent that you have, where if we go to sign people in a similar fashion that we signed Enzo Lefebvre is a perfect example. We had a loan with an obligation to buy. We covered most of his wages for the year, which were decent for the championship, but for the caliber of player he was a no-brainer. The obligation to buy for him was like 15, 20 mil. That now goes into effect, but since he's signed to a 4-year deal, you don't get that money in your financial fair play all at once. It's broken up between the 4 years of the contract. So if he's worth 20 mil on his contract, the way it's going to look is 5 mil per year. So for financial fair play, the sale of Joe Bellingham, essentially what that does, it allows you to get to the player of the caliber of Enzo Lefebvre, a bunch of players worth about 20 mil. If you can get him on 4-year deals, and that's 5 mil, that essentially just opened up 5 to 6 slots of quality, potential Prem level talent, or developing talent that could play at the Prem level because Job left. So the question I guess I would ask is, if Job stays, Sunderland gets relegated, and let's say they don't have as much to spend, or they don't spend as much, does him getting pooped on in a relegation side raise his value more than it does as a championship side winning your team promotion? I think we sold them at the best time possible. What's the best shapeshifter you've packed? Probably Ezek. I think they'll see at 15th. You got to understand, though, logistically speaking, and I'll pull it up real quick. I think there's a chance for one of the relegation sides to get 17th, but we need to really talk about what that means. We can talk about, yeah, you got to win games. I'm not going to be able to see chat for a minute. This is one of the players Sunderland's looking at, by the way. You got to win games. That's a given. But this is how big the gap is. Tottenham, Wolves, and United. Right in the spot of missing relegation in terms of placements. But look at the points. 38 for Tottenham. That's 13 more than Leicester. Look at Ipswich and look at Southampton's points. Look at the wins that is. 11 wins in 5 draws. To expect a relegation side to potentially get more than 10 wins is a lot to ask for. That's also a really bad season for United and Tottenham. Wolves, though. Wolves is one of those where I look at and I say, hey, Wolves, realistically, if you sold Cunha to United like they did, Nori sold the City? Realistically, do you reinvest that money? And how do you reinvest that money? How long does it take? Do those players get the same amount of goals and assists? Do they have the same effect on the team? I would look at teams like Brentford. Brentford finished 10th. They had a really good season, right? But look at the amount of wins they had. They had 16 wins, 8 draws, and 14. So the points are pretty distributed between wins and draws. You take that sort of team, you take away the coach, potentially the system they play in, you take away Mbubu, or however you say his name, this squad, do they get as many points next season? Do those wins potentially drop into some draws? Do some of those close draws become narrow losses? You're looking to have a lot of these sort of teams get points shaven off of them, get players taken from them, don't get replacements, and if you're the likes of Everton, hopefully the occasional point deduction, right? So if you can escape relegation, it has to be 10 plus wins, a lot of close games that you get a draw instead of a loss, and the most important thing, if we're talking not just for one season, but for going down and coming back up in the season after, so 3 to 5 years, how you spend when you're here. If you pull a Southampton the way they spent, they'll still have a decent chance to go back up. Obviously, Ross Stewart, they bought him from Sunderland. They got about 10 mil for him. Injury-prone player. Not necessarily super young. He's championship quality, right? Him in the Premier League, didn't get a lot of options to play there. Was injured a lot of the time. Played at their U21 level for a decent bit. But look at that. He's still played 17 times since 2023. If you look at how that was distributed, it's 4 times in the championship and 13 times in the Premier League. But a lot of times in the Premier League, it was either coming off the bench or having little to no impact. So you take that, you take the money from, where is he? Who's the fraud they sold that they wanted Is it Dibs? Who's the fraud they want 100 mil for? But yeah, no. Those are mainly the ways you got to look at it in terms of getting a team to replace a relegation side. Brentford get relegated. Best player in your team. I stand 5th. How much you guys get from Joe Bellingham? I think it was up to 35 mil. I think 30 outright. An additional 5 mil in achievable kind of add-ons. Such as probably like playtime, starts, goal contributions. Everton are fine with PSR. Dibbling, yes, that's who it was. And now I think they have him up for like 25 mil or something, isn't it? Sunderland getting 18th. I think it'll be interesting. If Burnley loses their keeper, if Trafford goes to the likes of like Newcastle or somewhere like that, he's the most non-Newcastle player who could potentially be thought of as from Newcastle. He's wild. They have a decent back line they can build off of. Stevie, I think they're keeping. I don't know if someone's buying him. So defensively, they might be sound. Attacking-wise, I don't know how good Burnley might be. Sunderland, I think, out of all the teams to set up, Sunderland, if they can buy a few defenders, they'll have a decent back line to defend relatively well. But where I'm most excited for Sunderland, and if you support a team in the Prem that plays against Sunderland, watch out for this. It's going to be the counterattack. Wilson Isidore, Elijah Mayenda are both players that played for Sunderland this past season in the Championship. Both of them had played against a lot of teams in a low block where there really wasn't a lot of room to operate in. Mayenda is so rapid. Wilson's so rapid. But now that they're going to have more space to work behind, you're going to see higher back lines. Wilson Isidore is going to be offsides half the time. VAR is not going to be his friend at all. But Elijah Mayenda, man, he is going to be absolute baller. Tyler Diblin, yeah. Yeah, no, overall, I'm just excited to see, again, if there's going to be like a few hidden gems that Sunderland buys for cheap that doesn't start right away, but, you know, put in their rotation to players they're looking for to develop. I'm hoping there's a few players that decide to sign longer contracts at Sunderland. I'm hoping there's some links to players that you're like, oh my gosh, he was playing Champions League football in La Liga. He was a Bundesliga champion. He was a Serie A player of the year, team of the season a few years ago. Fell off of form a little bit. Sunderland got him for 15 mil. Holy cow, that's a bargain. I feel like Sunderland could pull an upset. I'm predicting Brighton. Well, Brighton's the like model Sunderland's aiming after. So in terms of like playing them head to head, it'll be interesting because the way kind of Brighton invests, right? You buy players young and cheap who already have established themselves at some level below but need an opportunity to play at a new level. Give them game time. You have clubs like Chelsea that trust the track history of them getting players, so they'll keep buying more. And then you reinvest at a higher level. One of the ones that I'm super disappointed with in terms of his concussion injury at the end of the season, but also just the amount of playtime he had, is Van Heck, the blonde, hair, blue eyes center back from Brighton. How much did he actually play? He was on loan at one point to... who was it in the championship he played for? I think it was Blackburn Rovers. He's one of those players I would have loved to go to Sunderland. Jean-Paul Van Heck. 25. Center back. Oh no, I'm dead wrong. He played most of the matches. What the heck? This is what I get for not watching the Prem as much. You know, he had 33 starts and played in 34 matches. He almost had a 7.0 rating. He's worth 33 mil. He was one of those guys that Sunderland was linked with heavily a few years ago. And like those sort of things, right? If that's the scouting network that Sunderland's going after, you put yourself in a position where you buy him for 5 mil, right? At the time, I think he lost out because Brian was able to pay him higher wages. But he would have went to a Sunderland, would have developed skill, and probably Sunderland would have sold him for 15 mil. You have to hand it to Liverpool. According to their fans, they're spending the Coutinho money. That makes it 1.1 billion they must have got for him in 2018. Once Sunderland gets more of a squad together, once they start having their preseason, and once we kind of have a better understanding of what clubs look like leading up to the start of the Premier League and just in general the Club World Cup being over, I'll give you kind of more an analysis on where I think Sunderland could shave points, what matchups I would look out for in terms of teams to play Sunderland, where I think Sunderland could pull off a win. I'll do all that stuff later, but right now it's just more what ifs, what could be exciting. I can tell you right now though, United is gonna beat Sunderland and Ahmad's gonna score the game-winning goal. Ahmad's gonna score the game-winning goal. He's gonna get a brace and he's not gonna celebrate. It's gonna be at the MumboElite. You can put a bet on that right now. Put a $5 on it right now. Parlay that into Brighton to score at least 2 against Sunderland with one of the goals and one of the assists also being from former Sunderland player who sent Sunderland to the Premier League. Tom Watson. You can almost guarantee that. Former Sunderland players always do well against Sunderland. Sunderland could sneak a win against Chelsea. Call me crazy. Well, look at the start of their schedule. Here, let me pull it up real quick. Sunderland has one of the most forgiving schedules for the start of the season. So, in terms of the relegation sides, who could have the potentially best start after friendlies, that is. Look at this. So, West Ham, Burnley, Brentford, Crystal Palace, Aston Villa, Nottingham Forest, United. We're now into October for United. Wolves, Chelsea, Everton. We're into November, where you would say we haven't played one of the quote-unquote big teams. And then we have Arsenal on the 8th. Fulham, Bournemouth, then Liverpool, December. Look at this December schedule. Liverpool in City the same week. Newcastle, Brighton, Leeds, City again at the end of December. So City twice. Also, too, City will against Sunderland. I'm calling it right now. If you want to continue this $5 bet you're doing, add on to the parlay that Devin and Bamba is going to play for City, and he's going to score against Sunderland. Right now, he's mainly been playing in their youth academy. Let me click into it. He's going to score against Sunderland. We were linked to him a few years ago. Sunderland really wanted him. Obviously, he didn't get a lot of game time for City, but in terms of the academy, look at those numbers. He's better than an academy team, a youth academy, and he's way too good to be sitting the bench at City, but he's going to have limited opportunities with the strikers ahead of him. See, the Everton Sunderland game is on what would have been Bradley Lowery's 15th birthday. Yep, that's going to be super emotional. You know what's going to be even more emotional than that? I guarantee you the Premier League will move that game. It's not going to be that day, and it's going to be so frustrating. Because that's like the perfect welcome back, number one, 2, the way that lines up, you don't get stories like that often in football. But 3, in terms of like respect that clubs have for each other, the respect that Everton and Sunderland have for Bradley Lowry is something it's like a feel-good story that you want to happen more often. And that would just be a sucker punch for them to move that. I understand if there's deep runs into club, or deep runs into cups and things get moved around, yes and yes. But if they do one of those where it's like, oh, we want this game to be on Sky's main broadcasting, move it up to this time slot for this time because we think it'll get more eyes, that's going to be done. You also have the history of Pickford, used to be a Sunderland player, making his career after that at Everton. Would be a great story, man. Can we get to see one of our academy stars called Max Dahman in the first team? He has a lot of potential. Dude, I want to word this correctly so it doesn't get taken the wrong way. But I'm just going to say it because you guys know what I mean. I love... Nope, not going to say it. It's going to get clipped. I like the category of football I really enjoy is the development of a football player given playtime, and you see them become better at a young age, and they have a high ceiling. AKA, I can't find a way to word it where it doesn't sound like you're a pedophile. Is there a way to word it where you don't sound like an Adam Johnson? You can't say you enjoy watching kids. You can't say your primary focus is youth football. You can't say that you enjoy scouting them when it's not your job. That's weird. Somebody help me. What is the say? What do you say? But whoever packs the shapeshifter next out of the two of us owes the other 20 push-ups. Has to be player picks though. Don't do packs. Because player picks have been a little iffy with promo cards. I have to keep an eye on the time. Says the guy who has 30 ready. Hey, I don't make the rules. I just change what you had envisioned in your head and allow you to adapt. So I have the advantage. But I don't make the rules. I would have head right to like the 400k promo pack section. Did I just take a 83 over an 84 accidentally? Speaking of Pickford, double 88. Lovely. Six. But I respect the grind. Being live for so long. You can say you respect the grind, and I appreciate that. And it is, as much as like it's a joke because it's playing a video game, it is a lot of work being live this long when you have other stuff to do too. And you have a life outside of this. But let's not get it twisted. I'm also a degenerate who loves this game, specifically the menus, who's been waiting for an opportunity like this forever, since the start of the game. And I'm going to be gone the next 2 weekends anyways. So, like, part of this is I kind of owe you guys to a certain extent. Yeah, we're at over 7.5 hours so far. Jackson's apology on IG was definitely off of ChatGPT. I love it when players do that sort of message and they leave something on there, like a line that shouldn't be there. Or like some of them at the bottom, it'll be like, "You ready to use your Frozen?" Ah, that's wild. Some of them at the bottom, it'll be like, "Would you like this message or would you like a different theme or tone?" It's like, hey, I see what you did there. I mean, I'll do the push-ups regardless. I'll go do 20 push-ups right now. Pickford is an underrated player. Constantly attempts to downplay his ability impact. Anyone who watches him each week knows. Yep. And, like, also, too, he's one of those type of players when you talk about underrated. One of the reasons the word underrated is so perfect to describe him, there's a certain level that you have to expect out of him for Everton to be in the position they are, where they don't get a lot of wins. They get crap ton of draws, and a lot of that is due to him keeping them in the game, where if you remove that, there's not a price tag you can put on that. If you sell him and you replace him with any sort of goalkeeper, you name it, I don't think there's another goalkeeper you can point to realistically for less money than you'd sell him for that would instantly go in there and have the exact same impact or more. And I think that'd put Everton in a really difficult situation. There's also like a culture to it too. I mean, I don't watch Everton week in, week out, so it's not like I'm an expert on the club, but like those relegation or very close to those relegation sides, very much like Sunderland when they're in the Premier League, it means so much to the city. It means so much to the town. It means so much to the community. And for them to lose Premier League football is a bigger deal than just a cut wages for a star player. Like, it is life or death keeping some of those people there. And being Everton, always being on the cusp and never going down, you don't want to be one of those people who breaks that loop in history and finally sends them down. I think that would be a sad day for football the day Everton eventually gets relegated. And I would hope if they ever did get relegated, it'd be due to a Pickford sale, or other player sales, and they just don't replace accordingly and they go right back up. The worst way for it to happen would be not financial fair play related, even though it could be, but just in general point deductions. If they get a stupid point deduction that the big six never get, that'd be dumb. He's been so good for Everton in England. Each tournament, he's one of England's best players, too. But no one admits it. Yeah, like I said, it's just one of those things where it's like the expectation. If he doesn't perform to the level he's capable, people look at him as a liability then. It's like, oh, what did Pickford do this game? Brett, United Madrid fan on TikTok is the funniest when they lose. Dude, no, the funniest is young Kippa, the Chelsea fan. He was in his prime 2 years ago. Why are people... You got to play the music in the background. It's the doo-doo, doo-doo. Why are people saying we're going to lose to United? Don't people know that there's only one team in Manchester? And it's City. 3-0 Chelsea. And then it's like 5-1. United just destroys them. Am I living in a freaking simulation? Why are people gonna say we're gonna lose the Brighton? The best one is the edits people make of the the edits of the montages of all of it together. So it's like, why are people saying we're going to lose to Brighton? I've had enough. We've lost to a seagull. Why are people saying we're going to lose to Nottingham Forest? Don't they? Quick, sell the whole squad. Send us down to the championship. We don't even deserve to be a football club. Wait a second. I'll pause real quick. One sec. If you missed the one today, just be careful of, I don't know how loud this is going to be. I'm not playing on my computer. I'm playing on my phone and holding it up. So if you need to turn it down a little bit, just be aware, but it should be good. The title is Chelsea Got Destroyed by a Favela Team.
Is this a fucking joke? £1 billion Chelsea got back shots from a bum Brazilian team that play football in the fucking favelas. I don't even think they can afford football shoes. We lost to a bird. Is this a fucking joke? What?
We lost to a bird. We lost to a bird. Do 3, I bet. Left finger chant. He is a Macam. He is a blue. He is a toffee through and through. He hates Newcastle. He hates the shite. Jordan Pickford is dynamite. No. We lost to a bird. I'm trying to think of my favorite ones of all time. Dude, it was like, I don't know if it was like the best of all time, but it was just the consistency. The few seasons ago when Chelsea was extremely poor, how it was like the highlight of your week because TikTok was messy. TikTok would send it out right before the game. It would be like, why are people saying we're going to lose to that? And the second the game was over, TikTok would send you to his channel like almost every single time. But the best was that the after videos would always get more likes than the first one. So like people would see and interact with the first one, but then it's everyone checking after a loss. Which honestly is kind of genius marketing strategy for him. Because if Chelsea loses, it's a win-win. If Chelsea wins, he's happy. If Chelsea loses, he financially benefits heavily from it. Am I living in a simulation? You know who I haven't seen in ages? Who's Dragon? Cal the Dragon. That's who it was. Is he still a content creator? Where he crashed out, lost to Warsaw in the conference, even though they qualified in the next stage of the competition. Chelsea ranking PSR by hundreds of millions and stockpiling players, so you don't get them. Just selling their own stuff to themselves. Yep. Basically. Dude, I'm convinced they remove promo cards from player picks. You got Ovarian? I thought we were talking Shapeshifters cards. Just kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, I'll do the 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, there we go. So how many players, I'm trying to think, how many players does Chelsea have on their roster? Like everyone back from a loan, how many players do they have? Oh, of course we get one now. Let's see. Chelsea transfer market. Oh, this is a new one. I love how they haven't revisited the option of mine on, but they'll overspend on everyone else. That's the funniest thing. It's like an extra few mil? Nah. So, what's the deal with Mudryk? Is he officially banned? That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Hold on, hold on. That's disgusting. Can we see departures? I'm trying to see something. Before I make a comment. Okay. Can we look at just 24, 25? Oh no, I want 23, 24 as well. Okay. 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 Yep. Yep. Investigate. Investigate. Okay. 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 Yeah. Loan fee. Loan fee. Eventually sold Amari the next season then. Free transfers. Okay, so they get players moved. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. All right. 24-25. Okay. Of course. Yep. Yep. Wait. Did they get 23 mil for him without him playing a game for Chelsea? Or am I reading that wrong? Alright. Sorry, I couldn't see chat. I'm looking at it now. The fact they had 3 separate squads for first team training last season is a clue. The gym at the training ground for Chelsea must be packed. Like a Mudryk, right? 85 mil. We weren't allowed to buy again when Sigurdsson case was in court. We had to write off a 40 mil loss, but all those players are massive losses from what they paid. Yeah. That's wild, man. I knew they let a lot of people go on freeze to open wages. I knew they let a lot of people go, but I want to see like how much loss it was per player, how much profit per player, because that's crazy. But again, if you put it throughout what a typical 20 mil 4-year contract, it's 5 mil per year for when you buy, but when you sell, those losses hit instantaneously, right? So if all those are all losses, they should all compile within the same calendar year for the 3-year rolling window. And those were 2 horrific years of that. Fun fact, Bully's business partner is invested in Al Nasser. Of course he is. Let me guess, he owns hotels too. Dude, I'm telling you, these packs are cracked. That's a double 89 plus, by the way. Oh, he's in 88. Never mind. Plea. Sadio Mane. Sadio Mane. Sadio Mane. Sadio Mane. He fell off the face of the earth, man. Bro said double 89. I forgot he wasn't an 89, man. Sorry. You think I'm like an expert at this game and I memorize everything because I played 10 hours a day. Yeah, sadly, football is technically a business. So, as much as like we all hate it at times, that's kind of how the game's played. Sadly. Like, it's not even just football, it's the business world, too. There's a million ways around everything. But sadly, some companies get away with it, and some people get away with it more than others. Or people aren't held to the same standard. I mean, you grind the menus 10 hours a day, whether it's on phone or console. True. Oh, would say 10 hours. Let's see. Today, I'll use today as an example. I woke up at 7. Hit the alarm till 7:30. At 7:30, instead of getting out of bed, I checked to see if I was unbanned on my companion app on my phone. Proceeded to play music, specifically Breakins, his Hypochondriac album from 2022. One of the best albums ever created. If you don't listen to Hyperpop, you should check it out. Listened to that all the way through for about 35 to 40 minutes. Grinded that. Had breakfast. Grinded on my phone a little bit more. Saw it was almost 8:40. I was like, all right, let's go live in 20 minutes. So I said going live in 20 minutes. Set the countdown timer. Continued to grind on my phone. Checked to see if I was unbanned on PlayStation and Pale Tools. Got myself banned on Pale Tools very quickly before the stream started. Said, screw it. We're going to console. Went to console. Did a pack opening and grinded for the last 8 hours on there. So that's 9+ hours for the day. When I'll end the stream, I'll probably be on my phone for another half an hour before I go out to eat. When I go out to eat, I'll occasionally check and maybe relist some items, but be off of it then when I'm hanging with the boys. But then when I come back home, whatever time that is, maybe like 8 o'clock at night, 8:30, from then until probably 11 p.m., I'll be grinding again. Every time we're given a 17-point deduction for 19.6 mil, for reference, will never not make me furious. Well, what's crazy is how 17 points didn't relegate you guys. Wait, I read that number, but I didn't realize it was that. 19.6 mil. What? 19.6 mil. Wow. You know what's crazy? I feel like we're starting to open so many of the 86 exchanges, but the number seems to not really be going down much. You know what else is crazy? If Ninja got a low taper fade. Imagine if Ninja got a low taper fade. Breach related to the stadium and not player trading too? Yep, that's the crazy thing. I gotta start opening more of the 8120 packs. Look at all the 88s I have, man. We lost to a Wi-Fi password. I kid you not, me and a buddy watched that video last night. He asked me if I knew who Young Kippa was. I'm like, oh, do I know? I love Young Kippa. And he's like, have you seen the Wi-Fi password one? I'm like, yep. And now we go from playing Champions League to playing a Wi-Fi password. No, I've told you this before, but in our PL appeal summary, the PL said we should have predicted Russia invading Ukraine when budgeting for the stadium. It's wild. Wait, hold on. The PL said that. Wait. So shouldn't the PL, hypothetically, shouldn't they have also, in regards to Chelsea, with Abramovich, forced him to sell earlier? Who's sub-botting? Stop. Shouldn't they have known that working with Russia and this happening would have been a bad thing? Stop. Whoever's doing it, stop. You're not helping the way you think you're helping. What year was Abramovich forced to sell? Surely after Russia invaded Crimea, there should have been at least discussions on that, right? Shouldn't realistically, after Russia invaded Crimea, you say, hey, listen, this is how the EU feels about this. This is how NATO feels about this. This is how our federation feels about this. You should sell. Why did it take so long? Buying 86s for the 8120, worth it? Not only is it worth it, it's infinite coins and infinite packs if you literally just spam bid on 85s to 89s for like 700 to 1,000 coins. Store the 86s and sell everything else for pure profit. About every 7 to 10 upgrade packs, I've done about 100 player picks. We're doing so many. They even said we should have planned contingencies for the increase in global steel that was caused by COVID. Wow. Wow, man. $2022? Yeah, that was 2014, 2015 too. Yeah. Obviously we're thinking of more of a recent timeline with events, and obviously it's easier to think that way when history's so long. But like in terms of, I'm wondering if we went back, if there was ever discussions or calls for that back in 2014. Because I wouldn't have been paying attention. I was too young to understand any of that stuff. Global politics, things like that. But I wonder if that was ever an argument brought up. Because I'm sure there's been arguments over the years. Russian-led ownership. The negatives that could be for a Premier League football club. You bid on console or web app? I usually bid on console. I can do some bidding live if you want to see it too. Like an example of what my filters look like. We cover it a little bit in the pinned video from the Unlimited Grind, but we can go over it and see what prices are like right now. Yep, just give me a second. Another 89. Let me chuck my dupe storage so it opens up. Alright, I'm going to show you guys kind of what I would do regardless of the time of day and how to do this kind of every day to benefit from it. So, It worked really well earlier before new content. I'm sure it will continue to work well, but you can use either Footbin or FootGG. I would trust either one when it comes to up-to-date prices. But you're going to first initially pop it open. You're going to go to the cheapest rating. Cheapest player by rating. We're going to look at 85s to 89s. This is important. We want all of them. So 85s are 750, 800, 850, 900, 950. So a lot of these will sell for 1,000. You can pick up for 750 and under. 86s are all 1K plus. So if you get them under 1K, they'll sell decent too. 87s are 2.5 minimum, but you can still pick them up in those bids. 88s are a lot more expensive. You'll get an occasional pickup. And then Herberger, you'll get the occasional Herberger in the 750 bids as well. So with that in mind, what we're going to do is we're going to set up our initial kind of filter. And I'll kind of like talk through the logic behind all these things and why we do certain things. So min price, we want to put the minimum 700. A lot of the values we just saw for buy nows, the reason we put the 700 is we don't want a lot of those low end cards popping up. The lowest that should realistically continue to pop up is 83s to 84s. You'll have some pages where it's mainly all those. But if we put a max price of 750 to start, we'll raise it in a bit. But we want a minimum buy now of 2,300. What this does is it removes all like kind of the 84s with low buy nows. The only ones that will be kind of left are the ones with the 10K max price. And what this will do is it'll give us a good mix of 85s, 86s, 87s, 88s, and 89s. And with this, what we're going to do is we're just going to kind of go to page and look for things that either don't have a bid on it currently or open bids. And why this is important is we're trying to find the pages, not individual card, but pages where it doesn't feel like another person is on that page. So if someone's doing a similar filter to us, there might be another person on here. Or if someone's focusing on just 86s, you might see them bid like 1K there. So any 86 on that page you might lose out on. But there's going to be a ton of these where if you're able to place a mediocre bid, it doesn't have to be the lowest thing in the world. Doesn't have to be the highest thing in the world. But something that will still make you coins. Like for me, I usually do for 85s up to 750. And then for 86s and 87s, I'll usually do like up to 900. I find we usually win about half the cards. And we make crazy coins off of it. So like there's one if we bid 1,000 on it. That should be still decent coins. But we're mainly just going page to page. Look at how much time's left. These don't even have bids on them, and there's under 20 seconds. So there's very few eyes on a lot of these pages. But like I said, keep refreshing to a new page. If you're close to a minute, this is where it becomes less beneficial. You probably want to go back and restart the filter again. If you're on PlayStation 5, you occasionally have loading time on the menus. That sucks, but PS5, it should be pretty quick. Go back in, place more bids if it lets you. Like I said, PlayStation really frustrates me with the PS5. Like, nothing registers. But look at how many 89s pop up. I have a feeling it's going to be harder right now than it was before. That's just my initial thing I'm seeing with the bids. There's an 86 on that page I missed. And we want to try to bid up to 50 bids until you get that message. Because realistically, my win rate before was about, I would say, 50%. I'd win half the cards I bid on. Now it might be a little lower, especially if people are beating us to bids and already establishing they're bidding 1,000 plus on things. But the ones we do win should be extremely good money. So I'll do a few more pages. I didn't check the Discord yet, no. And also check, too. We didn't get outbid on that. Someone beat us to the bid with something higher. That's something to keep in mind. If someone beats you to it, it's going to give that symbol. But it's not going to count towards a actual one of the 50. 5. Six. And there'll be times and pages where you get extremely lucky and you're winning like everything. Then the next one you lose most of the stuff. It's kind of like a balance to it. 100. Alright, I'll get back to comments in a second, guys. 1 minute. Alright, we'll use that as an example. We got, how many bids did we do? Yeah, we still lost about half of them, won half of them. So if we look at the ones we won, a lot of 85s we can sell for 1,200, 1,300 right now. So we're close to doubling our coins. 86s, a lot of those will go for 1,500 or more. I personally use the profit in the other ones to sell, and then I keep the 86s for myself. So like for these, I'll chuck them up for like 13. How much is stones going for? I'll do 14 for stones. Some 13s. Some 14s. Some 13s. Some 15s. Kind of mix it around a little bit. Palmer. Walsh. Then, like I said, you can sell the 86s as well. I personally like holding on to them and using them for the SBC. But you can usually get sales around 1,500. So if you're picking them up for like 700, 750, that's really good value. But right now, a lot of people are doing that. Like 1,200 for Trent. These two we got for 700. I'll do 1,200, a nice 500 for each of them. That one, 1,300, so we can get 500 for that. There we go. 85s are 900. A lot of them have that buy now, but a lot of that buy now is what it is like pretty quickly selling for. If we're looking at towards the end of the hour, even a little bit of a lazy list, more specifically for stuff when you're making packs, you just have selling in the background. I find you can still get quite a few sales in ranges like that. So my rule of thumb, and we covered it in the video, if you want to see a little bit more of a tutorial on that, it's the pinned video. When we're making the unlimited packs, I find the best way to list cards are finding what the buy now is, bidding at least a few hundred under it. My rule of thumb is usually 200, 300 minimum. So if they're 1,000, if we can bid a maximum of 800, not only are we guaranteeing ourselves 200 plus coins, guaranteed, it allows us to lazy list another 100, 200, 300 out from that, whether prices rise or stay the same. So what I like to do, and what we were doing earlier, we were winning a ton of 85s for 700 and 750. Same with the 86s. And we were listing most of those for doubling our coins. And we would just do that over and over and over and over again. Does that kind of make sense? So we're not looking to insta sell them. We're looking at people who are buying them for SBCs. And we're looking at kind of fluctuations of prices. Here's a thought, Hannah and Hart. If it was EAFC and Chelsea situation in 2022, no chance it would allow the shareholders to gift loans for sale. They did for them. They would have let EAFC go to the wall. Yeah. So what I mean, makes me so angry. Everyone knew how closely affiliated Abramovich is with Putin. Was never a loose connection. Yeah. Good night to bed. I'd see you, buddy. Have a good night, man. What was I doing? 85s? PPs are 75s. To start the grind and make it unlimited, crafting's for sure. When it comes to already unlimited, getting more enjoyment and particularly trying to pack an icon, most likely the PPs. Yeah, I still have over 700 crafted upgrades. I'm still planning to get around 10,000. But I'm kind of focusing on player picks right now for the Dino. Alright, 85s are taken care of. We have a bunch of new cards we didn't have before. Look at all these 86s too, man. Crazy. Been a pleasure as always, man. I'm off now. Enjoy your dinner plans. Appreciate it, man. Have a good night. Thanks for chilling. Pleasure as well. Alright, we have almost 40 likes on the stream. If you guys are enjoying the stream, do me a favor. If you haven't already, smack that like button. Subscribe if you're new. We are 10 subs off of 14.8k. Wild. I know someone probably subbed on multiple accounts just ago. But we're a few likes away from 40. Also, too, if you're listening and you're either playing FIFA / EAFC or watching the stream, what's the, in chat, there's an option to, is it send hearts, emotes, emojis? I'm kind of curious. If you hear me right now, if you could interact with one of those, either the heart, the smiley face, the party celebration thing, the what face, the 100%. I want to see if multiple people are able to do it right now. Just like spam it real quick. Doesn't have to be long. Do it for like maybe 15 seconds. I want to see if it does anything to like YouTube recommendation. Alright, and then whenever you want to stop, you can stop. But I'm looking at analytics right now. I want to see if it does anything. Because I got a feeling that might be like TikTok's like hidden likes. Or potentially the more people interact with that, for some reason, it recommends you more. But I don't know. Maybe not. Dude, we're going to get SBC banned on PS5 now just for the amount of exchanges we have. I'm curious to see if EA addresses this at some point too. If they make exchanges even more accessible, they're going to have to like change the code to allow us to do more of these on a day-to-day basis. Perfect. All right. How many 87s and 88s do we have? Or did we do those already? There's the 87s. All right. Back to packs. You still have 47 of the 86 exchanges. It just never goes away, man. A6 method is falling off. People are bidding 1100. Yeah, like I said, the later it gets into the evening, the harder it's going to be to do consistently. Before new content's probably the best time to do it, but also too, tomorrow we have what? Squad Battle rewards. If you read this, you are obliged to like the stream. So there should be probably a huge supply of stuff to help. But yeah, the good thing is this, right? The more competition on them, the more people that know how cheap they are, probably the higher the price goes. Whether they get to 2K or stay at like the 1500 range, just gives more room to make coins off the bid and lazy list. The cheaper they get, the cheaper it gets to do the SBC, the more investment side of it you can do, where you can win them for 700, 750. So it's like, either way we benefit. The frustrating thing, though, and any trader knows this, the frustrating thing is when you're used to winning at a certain price, and that changes. It's like, dang it. I'm so used to this. It feels wrong bidding like 200 more or 300 more. Boom, boom. All right, let's keep going. Pee-pee time. Storage all. Gold. If you read this, we're all getting Dino. Bet. Alright, I'm going to see if Pale Tools is unbanned. Can't remember if it is or not. Do you have a video on your Pale Tools setting? If you look in the description of the stream, we have a video of doing Pale Tools on League SBCs. That video will help you understand how to set up different things where it doesn't necessarily have to be for League SBCs. You can use the logic for like player picks and stuff like that. If you just in general, though, look on YouTube for Pale Tools, there should be a million guides for help as well. So if you want to use mine, it's in the description. It says Pale Tools, but there's others too. Probably more like up-to-date ones with like this specifically. We've made over 500 player picks. I love that. Can we do shapeshifter crafting upgrades with... Oh, it's not using the commons. Dang it. Alright, don't soft ban us. Should I use all my non-rares for player picks? You can. Non-rares will probably also be extremely useful for the crafting upgrade because you need way less gold commons. It'd probably be less annoying to make them versus the player picks, where you can only use, where you need 4 rares, right? So the amount of commons you can use is very low. I'm already finished with the crafting upgrade. Doesn't matter. You can make unlimited of them. We're going to have over 10,000 of them total by the end of the promo. We've already done over 2,000. They're insane as a way of building up fodder, recycling packs. Yeah. Bach. Alright, let's do... Alright, sick. We're unbanned. So let's spam a few of these real quick. This is what I normally do off a stream as well, so what you normally don't see me because it's not as sexy. I'll give you an example of like how quickly I'm getting fodder for exchanges and the recyclability of this. So here we're starting at 751. I'm going to call it every time I get an exchange card. So we're going to sit there. Oh, we're probably going to get full dupe storage in a second, aren't we? Dude, why is it so slow right now? Anything that's not that, you can put back into player picks, put back into itself. Team of the week upgrades. One, two, three, 4. Four in about a minute. And then remember, the recyclability of these two, you make a majority of them back. So even though we might be opening up like 50 to 100, that number ends up staying pretty high when you're recycling these constantly. There's another one. There's an 89 and an 85. 84. Bunch of 84s there. Everything can go into a Team of the Week upgrade in that one. There We'll go down to 700. Another walkout, 86. Another way to look at this too, not to do it instead of a player pick, or do a player pick instead of this, I would include both in your grind. But a way I like to look at these is even though like pack to pack, your luck in a crafting upgrade, aka the 77 plus times 5, it's probably not going to be the same rating as an individual player pick, but you're getting 5 times the players that you are in a player pick. So that's something to keep in mind. And that in bulk, over a long period of time, nets you a crap ton of stuff. Because even if, like I said, an individual pick is better rating-wise than this, imagine 5 times the cards consistently over the course of 1,000. That's a lot more stuff you get in this. But as someone who does both religiously each day, both have a place in the grind. Alright, the rest we'll put into player picks. We'll build more of those later. Go 36. Four. right, 4. All right, I'll go back down to 700 on these. I'll work them back up later. What are we at, by the way? We have done over 500 player picks, and I've done over almost 2,000 craftings. That's crazy. Packed about 20 promo cards from these so far. Multiple icons. Hundreds upon hundreds of walkouts and exchanges in general. 90 right there. So, like, this is the 89, 86, double 86. We got 3 walkouts in that one. Like, I'm telling you, these, do not sleep on them in bulk. 85s. Gaza. Another 85. Alright, so if we took that, we then add in 75 times 20s that we've been getting. More walkouts, more packs. Still 84 space in there. Brilliant. Zelan. Craft these back. More crafting upgrades. If I unfavored it and then favored it again, would it show up at the top? And how it's all the way down here. Do some player picks. Seven. So this is, like, in my opinion, the best way to run a Pale Tools behind the scenes if you're not a content creator. Or if I'm currently not live streaming, this would be how I run things. A constant back and forth. As you see, we're still well over 700. And if we recycle everything, we're going to be closer to 800. We're constantly cycling more exchanges. By the exchanges we're opening, we're getting more cards to put back into exchanges. But we're also getting a crap ton of low-rated rare golds that we're putting right back into these in player picks. So if we want to keep recycling the crafting upgrade number up from the hundreds we have, we can do this an infinite amount of times, and we should never run out for the rest of the week. And then if you wanted to do player picks in this too, that's just another part of the grind you can add. Do some player picks. Do 3 on this one. Another exchange card. Another exchange card. Another exchange card. So that pick of 3 was really good. So we're going to do more player picks. We'll ride the momentum. There's 3 more. 84. 87. All right, we're going to do a spot check of fodder after this. 85. Okay. So we have a bunch of dupe storage. We're about halfway through. If we go to Club Analyzer, then we go to Rating once it loads. We get an idea of how much we have of each rating. So 89s we have 5. 90s we have 8. Got at least one set of 87s. Multiple 86s we could do. A lot of 85s. So let's go ahead and clear these real quick into more packs. Alright, refresh. Boom, 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 boom. For those, can we do the 89 squad shifter? Can. W. Those. Had enough 88s. We can do multiple 88s. Brilliant. Sevens, we can do a few. I think we have one more dupe. Nope. 86s, we can do a few. All the 86s. Look at all them 86s. Beautiful. Transfer list. We can source some of those in a bit. Once it loads, we'll go back to packs. Look at all these we have now. Additional ones. It's got the high-end stuff, getting us more fodder. Another Donnarumma. Multiple 88s. Get rid of those. More 86s. More 89s. Wild, man. Bunch of cards there. Alright, so not including the rest of my save packs. The golds in those. If I did every gold in my club. I have, what, another 30 plus of these I can make? Alright, what's not usable? Why is that not working? We'll go to player picks now. 5 of those. Oh, did I have max of... I had a max rating of 81s, didn't I? Gates and Bravi. Where's Gates and Bravi again? 87. 84. All right, dudes. That is going to be it for today. If you did enjoy, do me a favor, smack the like button, subscribe if you're new. We did a ton of grinding today. We will be back realistically before new content on Sunday. And just like a heads up, we will be gone next weekend and the weekend after. So both weekends we will be gone that Thursday, Friday, and that Saturday, but realistically back on Sunday for both. So be live Sunday. We should be live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah. Have a good rest of your weekend. If I don't see you tomorrow, God bless. Have a good night. Peace.